trait over here.
My
Yeah.
God.
Canadian Smarties are just better M&Ms.
I've never had them.
We've been on
For
such a
seasons.
roll lately. This is devastating. Peanut butter M&Ms
It was
are so
inevitable.
much better than regular M&Ms.
I like how you
well-
specified Canadian Smarties. We
well,
have
'cause
them in the Philippines too. I don't know why.
Because American Smarties are the shitty, like, just sugar rockets.
Those are
Gotcha.
awful.
Wonder what's the difference with the Philippine Smarties, and I think we got them from the US. So
Are they, like, sugary tablets?
It's just
No.
little bites of sugar chalk.
no, they're like chocolate middle and there's the shell.
Okay, then you got Canadian.
Yeah,
They're cheaper than M&Ms, so we're like, oh, they're the knockoff M&Ms.
But they're so much better.
I don't know, they have a strange flavor.
You're wrong.
Says the guy who dips bread in Coca-Cola Classic.
God.
Said
I
it
was a kid.
Classic.
I'm sorry, what?
I
This
was
is
a
a rumor.
child, okay? I
You're a
haven't
child
tried
that
it in
didn't know any
years.
better.
Just the spider, I'm gonna do it again. They're gonna eat it. You're gonna enjoy it.
Did you like see a biscotti and thought you just did that with all bread? You
I
just
don't-
dunk it in Coke.
I have no idea what I was thinking as a child. I think it was just like, I like breadsticks, I like Coke. Let's put them together.
I was just
God.
like, I like dipping bread in coffee, so I'm like, let's dip it in other fluids. I dipped it in milk.
Okay,
I dipped
bread
it in
and coffee
strawberry
is
milk.
also very weird.
How? It's literally just a vessel.
It depends on the type of bread. If it's like a hard biscotti, like biscuit.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is a cracker a bread?
yeah.
I also dip
Yeah.
cracker,
Yeah.
I
but like,
cannot
bread is
stress
very absorbent.
how disturbed the thought has not left my mind of just dipping bread into Coke since we had that conversation like 3 nights ago.
You have both in your house. Do it. Clear
No,
your mind.
I
No,
will not.
so here's the thing. It has to be Olive Garden garlic bread.
Dear
That
God,
It can't
bread
just
is
be
so
like-
much
What?
worse.
What?
That's
Dear
oilier.
sweet Jesus Almighty, help me.
That does not help this at all.
No! Like,
At least
I can imagine
any...
the butter and oil like rolling off of the bread and making a film on the top of the soda.
I was
Oh,
gonna
it-
say,
it-
I'm
the
visualizing
garlic
the
and
like
the
bits
garlic
of garlic
salt.
in the Coke.
Yeah,
Jesus
it
Christ.
explicitly does, and it's
Holy
it could be a
fucking
lot
Christ.
worse.
Do
you
you
guys
do
have
you-
never had garlic.
No.
Coke?
You guys
Do
are
you
just...
drink-
You guys are putting in backwash before it's in your mouth.
Do you drink
I
the
guess
Coke
it's just
after,
wash.
like the milk from a cereal bowl? It's really, like you can't sit there and drink the Coke after. Please tell me.
I
I
put
think
cereal
I
in
did.
Coke before. Yeah.
God
I do also
almighty.
need to stress that I was like less than 10. Like I was
Yeah.
single digits when I was doing this.
Our
I would
decisions
still
didn't
judge
matter
you
back
even as a
then.
child. I would question you.
Oh,
I've seen what American children put in their
I thought you
mouths.
said that was something that you were still doing.
Yeah, so that was my understanding here too. So this changes
It's
things a little.
I was like, we're gonna have to talk after the game.
I had
Clearly, this isn't something we still do.
I don't
He's
know.
doing it right now.
I'd still
I w-
occasionally dip my French fries in a milkshake.
Yeah, but
so
that's
it can't be
different.
The weird shit.
That's acceptable. That's
I
Sure,
will
because French fries don't have oil, and you can't see it when it appears on the fucking milkshake.
right, but like
I
deep,
will admit
deep fried
doing
sweet.
it once as an adult.
Why?
Uh,
Tell me
just
why.
try
Walk me
it.
through that
Because
process.
so going out to Olive Garden is a big family thing for my
Uh-huh.
family. And you know, when you're around your family, they always have to bring up embarrassing stories and shit.
Sure.
And so
It's a spite
this
thing.
this got brought up, and I was just like, "What was I thinking as a child? Like, this couldn't be good." And so I was like, "I have just a tiny bit of Coke
Oh,
left and a
no.
garlic stick. Let's see what I was thinking." And I was like, "Wow, this isn't great, but
Choose
it's
your
not
next words
nearly
carefully.
as bad as it.
Choose your words very carefully.
It's not
It's not.
bad.
It's not good, but it's not inedible."
Oh,
I've had worse. I've had worse.
Oh no.
Right? Like I've eaten far worse.
All right. Well.
Like I've eaten at Cadados.
Wow.
Whoa.
We don't have an Olive Garden
I'm
anywhere
just
I've
kidding.
been.
I like Cadados.
He's just trying to start drama.
Yeah, they're pretty all right.
We're gonna... Whew.
Jake, you're like that aunt who wants to start shit all the time.
This is why Juno comes so naturally.
It's true.
All right.
She lives for that argument.
Yeah. Last week, you guys made your way to Storm Cellar, or specifically to the shores of Saznak, where you spent a little time, rested up, got your long rest in, did a bunch of preparations, and then moved Flick back into his body. Also, moved Mr. White back into
Hooray.
his body and let him fly away. For
That was a
reasons
choice.
that neither he nor I truly understand, but we'll see what
That was
comes
part
of
of our
it.
deal.
True. The concept of upholding. Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
Like, being honest, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What the fuck is actually wrong with you?
I approve of keeping your words for my tenants.
Gale's lawful, sort of.
I don't know if that's true. The lawful part.
Yeah, he is the law.
Maybe. I don't know.
We have a montage of every chaotic thing Gale has ever done.
Either way, you guys then discussed your options for getting into Storm Cellar. It kind of boiled down to 4 plans. There's the front door, the back door, the secret underwater door, or turning into a purple worm and boring a tunnel down to the shield, using the key to get past it, and then turning back into a purple worm again to continue boring into the city.
Whoa. Whose plan was this?
Ours.
Okay, is that the plan we're going with?
Absolutely not.
No,
But,
absolutely
but
not.
that
It's a
one
terrible
sounds
plan.
the coolest.
Yeah.
It sounds
This
so
is
cool,
why-
but it's...
This is why I'm so glad that you weren't here.
It's okay. I mean, I don't think Ace would have won for this. I want to, but Ace is probably like, that doesn't seem pragmatic.
It's kind of fundamentally unsound, just as cool as it sounds.
Yeah, it was one of those plans that it sounds a lot cooler, like, in
I'm just
concept, and then in practice, it just wasn't viable at all.
so why a
Unlike-
giant purple worm?
Because
Just-
they leave a 10-foot tunnel.
You guys do.
explicitly.
You guys do know that I could. Oh, I guess the tunnel's the whole thing, isn't it?
Unlike the put Mr. White's soul into a chicken plan, which had no flaws whatsoever.
Listen,
It had some
guys.
flaws.
I'm still upset about the lack of a dragon chicken.
I am too.
I just never wanted to be a chicken or have a chicken.
I never got
in me
to.
at any point in time.
I never got to be the dragon.
Oh, that was Gale's fault, not mine.
You can still become a dragon now that Flick's
It's
here.
not the same.
We can make you a dragon.
Turning into a dragon and being a dragon are very different things.
Your
Close
own
concentration
magic,
for an
then.
hour.
You even have your own magic that turns you into a dragon.
That's not
I
the same.
realize.
That's what I'm saying. So like, it's different than being an actual dragon and having.
Is it? I have true
Being
polymorph.
transformed.
You could
Actually,
just
just-
be a dragon.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's
you can be permanent.
it's pretty damn permanent.
I don't want to be a dragon.
Then why?
Well, then why are you complaining? I could do it once and then turn you back.
Which one?
Yeah.
It's just the FOMO talking.
It's probably the FOMO. You're right.
Anyway, you
It was pretty cool, but like, you breathe ice 40 times, you breathe ice 40 times.
It's true.
I don't think I did it 40 times, but
We don't really have a whole lot going for them. You guys eventually decided to go through the watery back door. You carefully piloted the airship over to the. I will not rephrase it. It carefully piloted the airship over to the western banks, where you set it down and left it in charge of your NPC buddies. They are going to stay there and watch the ship, while you guys take the nautiloid that shrinks down to the size of a chicken, and try to sneak through the underwater cave system that eventually leads up to the waterworks, through which Storm Cellar pulls almost all of its water supply. Yeah, something like that. Ace, what's
Okay.
up?
How much of a problem has my new familiar been?
Sulky and sullen, but not like actively causing trouble or anything. It becomes clear to you that there has been some degree of either reprimand or a straight up restriction placed on it to prevent it from doing anything too terrible. It's very. I think sullen is the right word for it. It's not even necessarily angry. It just realizes that it has reached the all-time low in its entire existence, from the moment it was birthed from a tiny little mote of a daemon thousands of years ago, to essentially being reduced to a form even weaker than that. This is the lowest point in its entire existence, and it is having to learn to deal.
Wait, who is it that's having to do this?
Corlin.
Oh, right. I forgot.
My new
we
little
had-
familiar.
I forgot we had Corlin amongst us. Well,
Wait, did you
Alright.
enslave it? That's
She's
kinda
I made her.
fucked up.
She's my familiar.
So you
At her
enslaved
lowest-
her.
Well,
I mean,
at
I haven't
her
had-
lowest
I've been- I
point,
haven't-
it was this or obliteration. Literally, like,
Okay.
yeah, like Adria was like, "Oh, he did a lot of bad, terrible, awful. This is enough, honestly, for me to obliterate it." But you know,
Yeah, I also haven't had a
You're
chance to, in character to talk to her yet.
you had many chances.
I mean, I wasn't here.
Character.
I wasn't here last session.
I mean, you've literally spoken to her in character, and everything she's done was awful.
I meant more like
After-
after she's become my familiar.
Yeah, after she has had no choice to like have free will. But you know, this is her. This is her with free will, but she just can't do certain things because Adra will kill her.
It still sounds like slavery with extra steps.
That sounds a lot like slavery.
Okay.
with
Well,
some
as I
steps.
said, I'm gonna talk. Spoiler.
The idea is to teach her how to love in a healthy way by showing her.
Slavery.
I know. It was my plan.
We're digging into some serious stuff. I do think there's a difference between rehabilitation and slavery.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, hear that? Everyone in the drug war.
Judicial
get out.
system, let's go.
I do think that difference is very much in the hands of whoever's in control. And it's a very easy slope, so we'll see what Ace does with that. The alternative, of course, was the disintegration and destruction of its very being, which is Adra's normal course of action for a daemon that has spiraled out of control, and especially one who performs illegal ascension rituals. But that's another story for another time.
Illegal ascension rituals. What do you mean by that?
You can ask her.
No.
That hasn't come up yet, so you can. Oh,
When we
you
left
don't know. This
off,
is the first time I'm hearing it.
you guys had just hopped onto the Nataloid. Gale had taken some time to kind of learn the controls in the system. Even not being a mind flayer, he has a brilliant mind for working magical devices, and as such, was able to kind of rig up a system that, like when a
I
kobold
have secret
drives
tentacles.
secret tentacles, perfect. You know how when a kobold drives a Volkswagen bus, they have to have little extra footsteppy pedals?
So like the Indiana Jones movie with like the little kid who had the little blocks on his feet.
Oh, is that a thing? Yes.
Program.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, except for a Nautiloid. And instead of foot block things, it's, I don't know, whatever Gale's done here.
Oh, it's like a whole bunch of little Chinese finger locks that he just like sticks in to use his
Perfect.
tentacles.
Yeah. And I have to imagine that really the default interface for this thing really is that disgusting image of sticking your fingers and tentacles into weird fleshy
Yeah.
orifices and just like wriggling around to control the ship.
Oh, right. I forgot the secret was 2 in the Sphinx. 1 in the
We've
I did
seen
too.
Butterfly get piloted in the Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate opening, and it's just twanging a bunch of fleshy stuff.
Yeah, but that's less fun than Gale putting 2 in the Sphinx, 1 in the Sphinx.
Yeah, penetration is one
Uh,
in this server.
I hate this all so much.
This is the worst thing that anyone has ever done.
I hate this ship. Let's get through this shit as quickly as we can.
All right. You begin to lower down to the water, and with a
Don't forget to
splash,
spit on it. It's lubrication.
with a splash, the Nautiloid descends beneath the waves, and the crashing of lightning and wind and rainstorms quickly gives way to the sound of waves crashing overhead and bubbles coming up from the deep. You can see that there is a very large looming cavern, and you would recognize it, Gale, from your exit in the submersible with Marvel months and months and months ago. Do you stay the same size, or do you try to reduce the ship first? There's plenty of room for the entire ship if you wanted it, at least at first.
I think we. Does the ship get slower when it's small?
It does.
Is it proportional? Okay.
It is. Its normal
then-
flight speed is probably like 45, 50 feet, and smaller, it's like 5 or 10 feet.
Big it is.
All right, excellent.
Question before you move on.
Yes.
If I were to pass without a trace, would it aid in the ship moving more
It would.
stealthily?
Yeah, I think we've ruled that the radii of things aboard the ship does not change when they're shrunk down, so it would exert a 10-foot radius or whatever it is, 15, 20.
30. I just meant more like, would it? I know it specifically says your companions. It doesn't say creatures, though. I wasn't sure if it would affect the ship moving.
I would allow it. I would allow it. I think it's in the nature of the spell, and also the ship is like technically kind of a creature, sort of, in the sense that like a tree is a living thing.
But it isn't like more than. Okay, sure. Okay, I'll cast pass without a trace.
Not only they're explicitly creatures.
Yeah.
Creatures that were bred to be piloted like ships.
I hate mind flayers so fucking much.
Me too.
They're so efficient.
They're such a good. I love to hate them. It's not like the Fae where I just hate them all around. But
Just all around.
I
mind
think
flayers
the
like
Fae are
love to hate.
delightful. The Fae are just delightful.
The Fae are the best. I love the Fae.
Yeah, and no, and yeah, you guys have fun with that. Teach
The
their own.
good news is now that Nomad's gone, once we're out of the ship, we won't see any creepy, gross stuff for a while until we have to go to hell.
True. It's just gonna be dragons
Well,
now.
let's.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
for eating. I
oh,
tried to
well,
cover
like-
myself.
Flick, you know what? Here, and he just pulls out a little picture that he took of Nomad devouring something. That way, you don't have to forget.
Oh, thank you.
Took a picture of me eating
Why not? He had a camera.
I forgot you had pictures. That's great, actually.
because I'm ashamed of my eating habit.
Yeah, you look ashamed in the photo.
There is also Flurgle, who I don't want to. I want to be careful that I don't Caleb Flurgle here. But when I imagine Flurgle, what I imagine is like the smash-faced, like pitbull terrier of a Kuatoa.
Oh no.
Just like that.
Have you seen this token?
And I don't know if that's actually true or not. In fact, I'm sure he's quite attractive and charismatic for a Kuatoa, given his role.
I think he's just a normal Kuatoa.
I think he's just normal. Anyway,
I don't
Depending
like
on how you feel
Kuatoas
about
so
Kuatoa.
badly. They're so dumb.
they're so
He's just
dumb.
got colors. Pretty colors.
Yeah, and he does look a lot healthier than when you guys rescued him. It's kind of got these vibrant blues and reds that have come in a bit. Anyway, the ship goes down. And for a significant amount of time, you're able to just kind of navigate peacefully through this underwater tunnel. There's not a lot of like things that can get in the way, not a lot of danger. But there is eventually a point where the passage is too narrow. And if you want to get through, you're either going to have to swim or you're going to have to get out of the nautiloid.
Can we just shrink it?
Or, right, either swim or shrink it, yes. Those are the two options I meant to say. Instead of the same option, two different ways.
Let's shrink it. Can I push the shrink button?
If you can reach it, it's real deep in that center.
And you're gonna go elbow deep in that sphincter over there. And then
It's okay. I'm experienced when it comes to,
You gotta feel for a little swelling.
you're gonna waggle
Alright.
your finger. It's kind of a come hither sort of motion.
All right. Is my arm long enough?
Probably not.
I'm kidding. It's just my arm is about as long as Nomad's longest one was. His longest little thunderbolt. I'm gonna reach in there and I'm gonna push the button.
You quickly find that even with Gale's guidance, there's just a trick to it. This thing is not made for anatomy that is not Mind Flayer anatomy.
It's too slippery.
It's just too... You're not really sure what you're looking for. It's a little too deep. It's too fleshy. It all just feels like, the inside of a lukewarm watermelon. And...
Ugh.
I hate it a lot.
But if Gale wants to push the shrink button, he can help. He can guide your hand. He can. What's the movie? Ghost. He can
It's
ghost
gonna
it.
Patrick Swayze you
Yeah.
into the sphincter.
It's gonna Patrick.
Please,
Exactly.
please, Patrick Swayze my way into the sphincter, so I can push its buttons.
Or you
You
can
know
just
what,
do it
it's-
yourself.
Yeah, this is gonna take too long. I'm gonna just.
Excellent. You guys all feel this bizarre sensation of your bodies becoming a little bit lighter. Your breathing becomes a little bit more thin. And although it's hard to really tell from inside the ship, you begin to just feel bigger rocking motions with these currents. There's more, you struggle to keep your footing as the ship is kind of pushed side to side. And from the helm, you can tell that you are now about the size of a chicken. able to very easily pass through this this passageway that is now plenty big enough for you to get through.
What happens if we get eaten?
Yeah, can I? So it's kind of retro now, but I'll do it now that we're chicken-sized. At this new perspective, are there any sea life or creatures that are gonna eat us?
Sure, give me a perception check.
Yeah, we're also probably moving stealthily, right?
Presumably. And you have fishing proficiency, is that right?
Not technically.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's fair.
I like fishing.
30
Can
is
I
very
also
good.
look with my eyes?
You can also look with your eyes.
And then I will also begin ritual. I probably will have tried to begin it like before we shrank. That's okay. To do speak with animals in case shit gets real.
Legit. I dig it. I dig it. And then if you are proceeding stealthily, let me get a... I guess it would be a piloting check, but then you can add the 10 to it as if it was a stealth check.
Get you the hell back.
Ladies and gentlemen, and non-binaries, we may experience some serious turbulence, so hold on to your butts.
I don't want my
34.
arms all slimy.
24 is good.
34 is very good.
I pushed the horn. Actually, do Nautiloids have horns?
No, thankfully.
Describe in great detail how to access the horn, please.
I'm more curious what it would sound like. It's just like, ah!
I feel like it would be like a whale song.
Ooh, I do like the whale song. Ooh, that's a very good drowned impression. I like that.
What's a Nautiloid? It's like not a whale.
See, I was imagining like a reaper horn.
I was imagining like a fart noise.
Well, like what noise do Nautiloids make?
God.
Like, aren't Nautiloids actual creatures?
It's the Inception theme every
Boy.
time.
I think your mic is up, Philo.
What?
Ah,
Your mic is up.
maybe, or are you just...
Uh,
there we go.
I had it pushed far away from my head earlier because I tried to do a muffled moan when Ace put the finger in, but I don't think anybody heard it.
It was too muffled.
It was too discreet.
For the best.
It probably, like, when we go back and watch the stream, it's going to be just there enough that somebody might take it seriously and not know that it was a joke.
Yeah, it's just like
Barely.
that was even quieter than the first one.
As you proceed very stealthily, there are a couple of times that a few large fish kind of pass by, and you would know that in their normal size, they're probably only about the size of, a small cat. But compared to you guys, they're almost the same size, and if they wanted to pick any trouble, they potentially could.
Do you have cannons?
You do have a couple of tiny little lasers that theoretically would still work in this mode, although they'd be a lot weaker.
I assume only Gale can use them.
That seems like a safe assumption. It does seem like this ship is explicitly only operable by mind flayers, but he has kind of rigged up a bunch of workarounds to bypass that.
Maybe we're best off just trying to stay unseen.
And you do, for the most part. The few things that do spot you seem harmless or uninterested. And there are a few dark passageways that are a little bit spooky. You kind of hear the creaks and groans of things from above. And as you get deeper in, you can definitely tell that the currents are getting stronger, especially in these narrow passageways. There's this constant ebb and flow, almost like the cave itself is breathing. And Gale, you would be aware that this is partly just the nature of turbulent waters near a rocky shore going into narrow passageway, and partly the result of the waterworks magically pulling water in from the ocean, filtering it, and then pushing it out into the city. Ace, you begin taking some time to ping for nearby humanoids and aberrations. You discover, to your relief, no aberrations ahead of you. There are a number scattered behind you throughout the ocean, as is normal. And a pretty significant number of humanoids ahead of you.
I'm sorry, what are the exact?
The exact
numbers?
number is 108,722.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, my family fucks a lot.
And I guess, Ace, over the course of a couple of repeated sonar pings, give me a survival check to try to triangulate, like, any meaningful distances out of that. as you're doing that, those of you keeping a good watch out, which is Nordo and Ace, can see off in the distance some bright little specks of pink light. And you can make them out from a distance as coral that seems to be kind of bioluminescent. You can see that there are tiny little minnows that, in your current state, are still only about the size of like your forearm. You imagine they're nearly microscopic in your normal size. That are just kind of chilling around these coral, nibbling on little plankton.
So,
yeah.
If I stuck my arm out of the nautiloid, does my arm just start to grow?
I believe that as soon as you pass through the opening, you are immediately shunted out in full size.
Gotcha.
Is it possible to get back in, or are you just hosed at that point?
You are hosed until the ship turns back big.
Okay, great.
Boy, I don't know why I didn't. You know what? Let's fucking do it. No, you guys rolled well. There's a point, as you guys. I just love this idea so much that I want it to happen.
It's the fight I've been waiting for ever since we got this ship.
Yeah. We'll find another opportunity for it. There is a point where you are passing over this little crevice, and deep down in the dark, you do see that there is a little bit of life that could potentially be problematic. There's probably an eel that's kind of hanging out down there. There are a couple of these like white-shelled crabs with blue spots on their back. In their normal size, they're just regular crabs. In their current size, they could probably fuck up your ship. And if you really wanted to, you could go down there and fuck with them with your mini lasers. I'll make if you guys want to fight a giant crab as a tiny ship.
A regular crab. In respect to the Crusketeers, maybe not.
I don't know. I'm afraid of going anywhere near any crabs.
Yeah,
ever again.
same. Yeah, that.
I'll fight them. They haven't done anything wrong to me.
That was my closest death in a campaign. I don't trust crabs.
Hey, at least it wasn't a Wario fart.
Oh, yeah. God.
I'm just surprised that these mushroom people aren't immune to poison. Or his fart wasn't poison, was
It was
it?
necrotic, yeah. No, it was necrotic.
That's right.
They are immune to
necrotic.
poison.
Truly terrible image. Oh, God in heaven. It occurred to me as I was prepping this entire thing that like 2/3 of this party is immune to poison. So we'll see how this goes.
I'm not immune.
True. You and I think Nordo and...
I'm immune. I'm a real
Damn it,
monk.
are you high enough? I thought you weren't high enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Damn shame.
I'm not.
That's good. All my big
Didn't you
damage
take
dealers.
Didn't you take the necklace though?
Who?
Oh, I do have that, don't I?
Yeah.
You know who else is immune
The-
to poison?
You, Vasu.
Yeah, it's not like this isn't a secret. You guys know that he's a green dragon using poison to mind control everyone. We'll see how the other half of your party does. As you carry onward with your stealth check, nothing notices as you drift into a larger cavern. And as you come around the corner, your eyes are greeted with a soft kind of pinkish orange light. You can see fine granules of magical force that make up the cellar door. I will pull you over.
Oh, dang.
See if I've got good nautiloid. A miniature nut. You know what? I've got the token. Let's do it. Yeah, perfect. Here we go. Alright, you guys are approaching from the south. You should have control over this nautiloid token. What would you like to do?
Which way did we come from?
The south.
Can I retroactive a thing?
Possibly,
Because I
yeah.
forgot to ask you.
Yeah, what's up?
Could I have made or gotten some half plate?
Do you guys have crafting materials aboard the ship? I assume you do.
You have half
Yeah.
plate.
And
You should.
Moat's here as like blacksmith.
I was going to say, you definitely...
Superhero.
Right, you have the smith, you have the tools, you have the work environment. As long as you have the like, materials for it, then yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but also you were given like dragon plate, half plate. I
Do it.
believe.
Oh, true. You do have
It
Dragon
needs-
Bone if you wanted.
It needs to be non-magical.
It
Don't
was
we-
that. Yeah, that wasn't magical. I
Don't we
think.
have like the quick forge also too? Just to make whatever the fuck we want with it.
Can't you also just like take the stones out?
Yeah. It doesn't have like many stones. It's non. It's not attunement. It doesn't have many good stones in it.
Cool.
But like you can just take the stones out.
Yes, of course. Allow me.
Much better, thank you. I gotta zoom way the fuck in here.
Perfect. Oh god, I broke Roll20 by zooming in too far. Okay, there we go. Cool. You would know that you were basically right at the edge where if you start to press forward, you will form a hole in the cellar door, assuming that you've got your key active, and push on through. But you can also tell that this is opening up into a much bigger cavern, and it seems reasonable to you that it's probably guarded. So if there's any last-second preparations that you want to make, now's the time to do it.
What did I get with my pings?
Oh, right. With your survival check at 28, as you get much closer, you can make out that there are a handful of patches that are definitely within a mile of you. And with a 28, you're able to sense that there's somewhere in the ballpark of like 4 to 8 that are close enough to be moving rapidly as you approach, which makes you feel like they're probably well under 1,000 feet, possibly well under a couple hundred feet. Yes, Norda.
Couple just minor prep things as we get to this point. I'm going to do my free weekly cast of Gift of Alacrity on myself. It'll also hard cast it on Captain Gale as he is operating the sphincters. And
Thank you.
Excellent.
you're welcome. It's really hard to do a Northern voice but high pitched. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, I'm gonna do that too.
You can call me
Who
Northern.
wants some coke?
Who wants some cocaine? And then the other thing that I'll do is, right as we're about to go through the cellar door, as the moment is right, I will not cast, but do. My dog is chewing on a chew toy. Where is it? Where the hell did it go?
Does anyone else
This
want Gift of Alacrity also?
I'll put that on everyone besides Moat, because Moat's not here. Fuck him.
Seems like it could be nice. Now that Ace is here, I think I'll go with Zephyr Strike for the group meditation thing.
Nice. And in return, I will give you a D8 to your initiative. It lasts for 8 hours. How about Fergal Splash?
What?
Do you want some cocaine?
Sure. I'll continue experiences.
God, I forgot about this voice.
Are you
I'm
like
so happy.
Are you like a weird Jar Jar Binks?
He's like
I
a.
don't know what you're talking about.
It's like a
He's
Stitch.
Stitch, yeah. Or Gollum. Or Jar Jar.
But you got to bring this up
All
another octave because now you're tiny.
Mm-hmm. Can you please make this higher pitched?
I'm trying.
I believe
Yeah,
in
come
you.
on. Can't be that hard.
It's 3 o'clock in the. Wow, that's
Wow,
amazing.
that's a.
Jesus,
yeah.
that sounded like real helium.
Woo.
You know, there was a time earlier in this whole campaign where I had this long running joke that I had this cousin named Vinny who I was gonna play in like one session, and he was gonna be a little I forget what Ace is, the little bird. Anywho, I was gonna
Thank you.
play one of him, and when I did, I was gonna stop at the store and get a helium balloon on the way in, but I didn't. So I'm glad that this still came around at some point.
I gotta tell you, you don't
you
need
have
a
an actual
helium
helium
balloon. This is uncanny.
Yeah, no joke. It's
But can
fucking
you imagine
impressive.
how much more funny it would be if I was on helium
It would
right
be
now?
so high pitched.
It wouldn't be any funnier. I mean, you sound like you're on helium.
But if he did that voice while on helium, it would be
That's
like,
true.
Oh my god.
insane.
It'd be like that one video of that
Yes,
little
the red
the two
thing.
hamsters.
Oh, not what I was thinking.
What were you thinking of?
You know the phone app with the little red thing that repeats what you say?
Oh,
at a
yeah,
higher
same,
pitch?
same premise. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah,
It's-
yeah.
You get two of them
Just
next to
said
each other,
Tom
and they
or
just keep
something?
repeating each other at a higher pitch.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
until it's just screaming.
Anyway, the current is pushing and pulling, almost as if to draw you into here. You know that once you enter this, this is the area where the submersible had the most trouble. There is kind of like a cyclical current in here where the water gets pulled in and then pushed back out in such a way that it creates a like a vortex almost. And I'll just
A water slide.
Roundabout.
a roundabout. Yeah, it's like a roundabout, like this. So once you're in, you know that you're going to kind of be at the mercy of the current, at least in your current size, where your move speed is basically 5 feet around.
Are we playing by like Ant-Man rules, where we still keep like
Absolutely not. Because Ant-Man rules are the
Are
least
inconsistent?
consistent rules out of any fictional
Oh yeah,
universe.
that guy had a tank on his keychain.
Yeah, no, we cannot go down this road.
Yeah, and then you can use it to go back in time. I guess.
The crazy shit is that the time manipulation stuff is the most science-grounded bit in the Ant-Man canon. But let's not even begin this.
Let's go.
All right, do you guys? Do you push forward?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. As you guys begin to drift forward,
Do I get cocaine?
Yes, I gave you some magical cocaine.
Yeah.
You guys watch as you approach. Once you get within about 10 feet of this field, a opening forms and allows you to pass through as the wall just kind of parts around you, and then as you slip through, it begins to close behind you. As that happens, the cavern around you springs into life. The hole in the wall is impossible to miss, and several things seem to be alerted to the presence of something passing through it. And we're going to roll initiative, and I don't know how this is going to work while you guys are in the Nautiloid, so we're going to find out as a family, because that's what D&D is about.
So this is even with us our stealth check of 34.
It sure is. I'm going to roll to see if they, who can actually make out the ship itself from this distance. It is impossible to miss a 20-foot diameter hole in a glowing sphere of force that you're assigned to watch.
Nah. Well, if they're good at their
You're
job,
so
maybe.
tiny.
So you want us to drag ourselves? Oh, you're gonna make a map?
You guys are still in the Nautiloid unless you guys plan on changing that. You guys do whatever you want to do. I have no idea what's about to happen. Yeah, I guess for the time being, go and drag yourselves out so that you can roll initiative.
I like the
A
Nautiloid
D.
just taking.
Everyone had a D4 and Gale had a D8.
That was one of my worst rolls ever.
Let's see. Most of these things have no chance of getting the jump on any of you because you rolled crazy well for perception. On the way in, these things, let's see.
With a D4 and D8.
Damn you both. Damn you both. So close.
If you haven't, don't forget, Fasu, to roll your extra D8.
Oh, I get a D8 too.
Yeah, I gave you some cocaine.
All right.
And
Oh right, I'm doing cocaine about it.
and a D4 if you didn't already do that.
Yeah, I added that.
Oh, you
And
got
same
that.
for floor gurgle.
I'm so fucking fat.
Rolled terribly.
Alright, as the room springs to life, several shapes make themselves known. The first and most prominent is directly ahead of you, poking out from behind this column of rock that goes floor to ceiling, is the face of a dragon. Topaz scales, crystalline horns that jut out from its forehead and brow and from the sides of its jaws, And then, in addition to its naturally kind of gym-like form and scales, still stones that have been embedded into its skin, causing rampant necrosis that crawls down its sides. This thing appears to be just a horrible, barely living half zombie of a dragon. Just like most of the other stillborn creatures that you've seen.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did anyone in the party decide to put water breathing on us, or are we just like going? Did we decide to just dive underwater with no water breathing?
Not that I'm aware of, unless you guys have somebody that can do it.
I think our wizard could. At least Nomad could.
He
May
had it,
rest in peace.
but he's not here no more.
Nomad's dead.
Who needs
We don't
water
have a
breathing?
It
wizard.
lives on inside of us, though, right?
I can survive outside of water.
Strictly in the physical sense, which means we still can't swim in the water.
Well, some of you can.
I can't.
Some of us can.
I'm a turtle. I can hold my breath for 10 minutes.
I can hold my breath for 5 seconds. Actually, what is the rule for how long you can hold your breath?
If you know that you're going to do it and you're able to hold your breath, it is a number of minutes equal to your con modifier.
Well, my con modifier is 0.
So I'd call it minimum 1. So you can hold your breath for a minute if you know in advance and hold your breath. If you are suddenly submersed, it is a number of rounds equal to your con modifier, which means you drown after 1 round. So I recommend taking a deep breath when you get the chance. This dragon is accompanied by some smaller forms. I say smaller. It's hard to gauge from inside the nautiloid initially, but you imagine these things to be at least the size of a humanoid. Probably a little bit bigger, actually, maybe 7 or 8 feet tall. At first, they look like dragonborn, but they are sleeker, leaner, a little more animalistic, sharp claws and fangs, tails that kind of drag down longer than you would expect from a dragonborn, and these just kind of nasty, hooked foot claws like a raptor. Black scales that kind of glisten with the pink light of the room and against the cellar door. And you do see that around each of their necks is an amulet similar to the one that Gale is wearing. And then finally, most of you don't notice this at first, but Ace and Nordo, keeping very, very, very cautious eyes out, notice some unusual movements and rippling in the water. Almost like a gas leak or something in the water that you recognize just in time to not be caught off guard by it, is a shape, a watery something under the water. Nearly but not quite invisible. All of these things just failed their stealth checks.
Do I see anything with my true sight?
With your true sight, nothing is not what it appears. Everything appears to be what it really is. And they all begin to converge on the ship. Let's get some music going and let's do the shit.
Should I make a perception check?
Let me see what the lowest one was. If your passive is lower than 18, you don't see any of the wardens yet.
Okay, no, mine was 14. I have bad vision.
I can point them out to the driver.
How far are we from air? Like, per Gale's understanding of the city?
That's a good question. I would since Gale has been through here before, Gale, you could either give me history or survival to try to estimate how far you are from the waterworks. That is very good. You would know that it is probably... let's find out. 3-minute swim. A 3-minute good swim, like a 3-minute athletic underwater cave diving swim, going kind of with and against the current each time it pushes and pulls. So pretty close to the waterworks. This is near the grate that takes the intake. And the first thing to act is Vasu aboard the ship.
It's me. So you said passive 18 to see the warden?
Yeah, with you need an 18 to see the worst of them, which was this one, actually, the one closest to the light.
Okay. I don't see any of them. So I think the only thing I can see from inside the nautiloid is this Abishai over here.
Probably true.
These two. So
We're all in the Nautiloid, right?
Correct. Yep.
Can I Eldritch Blast? Like through the I don't know. Like cast outside of it.
It doesn't. No, this thing is like completely sealed from the outside, which is how it's keeping air in.
The sphincter's closed.
The sphincter's closed. If you open the sphincter, the water gets in.
We don't want to do that.
Or you can step out and become full size.
Should we just zoom past them all?
5 feet around. Do they seem to see us? Like, I know they see the big gap in the force field. Do they seem to like clock the Nautiloid itself?
That is a great question. Let me double check.
Also, can't he just deactivate the orb now that we're through the force field and we'll just be like not be glowing anymore?
Well, it's like an amulet he's wearing. I don't know if it even activates. I think it's just a key card.
It can be toggled on and off. In theory, he could toggle his off. The dragon is looking directly at the Nautiloid from around the corner. The one in front of you is looking directly at the Nautiloid from around the corner. The two in the back are approaching because they see a hole form in the force field. They are not... It's hard to tell. It doesn't seem like they've spotted you directly.
Okay. I don't think snaking past is an option.
Yeah. But I also don't want to like open the door and jump out of this thing until I know what.
How
Definitely don't jump out again.
Yeah.
how big does the Nautiloid grow if it grows to full size? Like, could it even fit in this space, or is it going to be just?
No, it's huge.
It's very big. I think it was like 60 or 70 feet, which, like, double check. I mean, like, it would grow as much as magic allowed it to, which means it would become wedged in, like, this area right here, and then probably be stuck.
Zoink, Scoob. This is not good.
I can't really
Can we?
like, do anything from inside the Nautiloid at this point, so I'm just gonna hold my action to attack. If I can attack anything.
Totally fair.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I imagine these first few rounds might be kind of weird until we figure out what's going on with the Nautiloid, but time is now of the essence, so we'll see what happens. Flick.
A reminder: everyone has telepathic bond in case we're separated.
Good call.
Just something he casts whenever it goes down. Can we aim outside the ship? Is there like a port?
No, it is completely sealed, aside from a couple of kind of like eye bubbles at the front.
Yeah. How fast does the ship move?
At your current size, it's like 5 or 10 feet around, depending on the current.
Gotcha.
Hear me out. We should now that so the gate prevented us from teleporting to Storm Cellar. Now that we're in it, let's just teleport in. You feel?
I don't have teleport though.
Well, I know, not you. I just mean general strategizing here, since we're on like side initiative.
I mean,
There's this. He holds up the helm of teleportation.
well,
No one's attuned to it though.
Because we know
we just
that.
gotta
That's
pin them off
attunement.
for an hour.
Let's just put them off for an hour. We'll be fine. We got the rug, don't we?
That takes a minute as well.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
I
Guess
can
we'll just die.
teleport.
I can get us through. It's fine.
I trust you, but I have teleport if things go bad.
Backup plan.
So, real quick,
Huh.
just kind of, we'll do it turn by turn. We'll see how it goes. So Flick,
Quick question.
yes.
So, synaptic static does not say you have to see anything. It's just you choose a point within range and cause psychic energy to explode there.
So the baseline rules for spellcasting
Is it?
is
Okay.
you have to draw a line to the center of the effect that you're creating. Choose a point within
Okay.
range. Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. I'll just wait until we figure out what we're doing.
Totally fair. Ace, any plans or waiting it out?
I'm gonna wait.
Legit. Nordo, any plans or waiting it
Or
out?
I guess probably just keep an eye out and let the navigator know of hats.
That's fair. I assume that anybody who's not doing anything is at least like dodging or something.
Yeah, I'll just if Gale says he's got a way to get us out of here, Nordo's just gonna sort of go down to the sphincter on the front of the ship, like the main one that goes out to the deck.
Yep.
And just sort of stand there, axe out, ready to attack in case anything makes it through if we re-enlarge or whatever.
Understood. Sounds good. Flurgle.
Is there anything you need to help you do whatever you're going to do? Gail?
I don't think so.
Okay. I can't recharge.
Good to
Good
know.
call.
Yep, good call.
Nice.
All right, Gale.
The first time that ability has ever been used.
For real, yeah.
Okay.
What are you? What class are you?
Bard.
The only class that has counter charge.
That's what I figured, but
He starts playing a bad.
All right. I remove my tentacles,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go down to the sphincter where Nordo is,
Hear a bunch of sucking sounds.
and I'm gonna. Oh,
God.
I'm just gonna.
He's
Hey,
taking
so-
his
I
tentacles.
assume that the Nautiloid is kind of like a submarine where they have like an exit port that goes down, and when you open it up, just the water doesn't come in because of the air pressure, right?
That seems incredibly reasonable, especially since mind flayers in this world are like aquatic things. Yeah. If you open it quickly and exit, it will not let a significant amount of water in. Yeah.
But I'm just gonna go down. I'm gonna open it up briefly, break out some elemental magic, and a giant hand of rock is gonna come out and grab the Nautiloid and just move us.
This is fucking Maximilian's.
Nah,
is
this
it
is
Big
good.
B's hand?
Big B's.
Big B.
Hell yeah.
It moves 60 feet per round, yeah?
Hands last zone moves at your command.
Yeah.
Making the movement. Okay, excellent. When you cast it, and
so it's
as a
just
bonus
gonna,
action. Okay.
yeah, it's just gonna start moving us, and if this dragon gets a little bit too close or hasty, it's just gonna like baseball chuck us down, yeet us down the tunnel as far as it can.
All right, love it. It does get to immediately move 60 when you summon it, so if you want to start moving it, go for it.
Yeah.
Let's see. 60 gets you like most of the way around this corner to like here-ish. Sick. These things are going to try to take attacks of opportunity. They don't know whether or not it works, and I don't know whether it works.
On the hand?
On the hand.
Yeah. On the
I
hand.
don't think it produces. It's not a creature.
Yeah, it has an AC and hit points though,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
they can definitely attack it.
Excellent. Then let's do it. The first things first is this warden. $20
It
to
has
hit.
like all your HP, so it should be fine.
20 just hits, so
Excellent. It takes 16 points of bludgeoning damage. Can it be grappled?
It probably can if it's a creature. That's the thing. It's not a creature.
Unless this object 20 points. Blah blah blah. Strength of 26.
It doesn't take up its space. If that's something you.
That just means it's
No.
not like a perfect cube. It's not like a. It's not a gelatinous cube.
Okay.
I mean, it can grapple other things, which makes me think it's tangible, and it has a strength
It is
score to try
because
to.
it can punch things.
Yeah.
yeah, like it has all the qualities of a creature.
Yeah. Okay, then I think it is going to get to here, and then you feel the ship lurch as this mostly invisible, icy water elemental kind of just wraps around a couple fingers of the Bigsby's hand. Anything else on your turn?
Nope. Just,
You do, when you cast a spell, it gets to move and then do one of its effects. So if you wanted to do one of its actions, you can do one of its actions.
I assume that one of its actions was grabbing the ship.
Yes, that is legitimate. That's a good call. I assume it's doing the grasping hand. Cool. So that'll bring us to the dragon.
Oh.
They assume that this thing is big enough that it's basically like kind of protecting the ship to some degree.
Absolutely, it's giving it a lot of cover. All right, let's see. Let's see here. How smart are you? Very. Love seeing that. Okay, cool. Yeah, first instinct, I think it just swims up, and it is just going to try to stop this giant hand. It just swims over, and then it swims up and kind of puts both of its hands together in a thrusting motion, and then rips in opposite directions. 2 claw attacks on the hand. 18 and 27.
18 misses, but 27 hits.
14 points of slashing on that. It comes in for a bite. 31 for 18 piercing and some necrotic. Surely it's immune to necrotic.
It doesn't say anything about immunities.
You're right, it doesn't. Weird. I'll
Just
take it.
Well, it has the caster's full HP though.
That's true. This thing is pretty hardy, I think.
Yeah.
This thing isn't aware. And then it gets to do a spell. Does it have anything that feels really useful right now? You know what? Let's not burn the big ones yet. Let's start with... you know what? Actually, it'll hold on to that. So that is it for the dragon for now. As it tries to just get this hand out of the way and pry whatever it's holding out of it. The Abishai. You quickly learn that they are not super adept swimmers. One is able to get up to here. A couple of them are going to have to dash. You do notice that as they dash through, holes do form in the cellar door around them as well. They seem to be wearing necklaces that are attuned. One of them is close enough to get in range. And it will just stab at the hand a couple times, testing the water, seeing what this strange thing is all about. 19 misses, I think? 20?
20 to 6.
As the 20 lands, you see that there is a brief moment where everything just pulses dark. The light is kind of pulled in with each one of the attacks. 6 points of damage, 5 piercing, 1 necrotic. And it will also follow up with a bite. 17, yes. I think, is not able to get around the finger. And it's too bright over there for that. What is the range on this? Oh, plenty. As these other two are swimming up, not able to get quite in range, you see that they momentarily disappear, and then there is a trail of inky blackness that points out from each of them as they jet over into the darkness, a little past and beyond each of you. And then finally, the wardens. These two are stuck now. This one goes over here and it starts trying to push in. You can tell that because these things are water, they can slowly try to push their way through this field. It is going to take a minute for them to get through. The two that are already on the side, though, swim at incredible speeds. That one does have to dash to get up, which is a damn shame. The one that has the hand grappled, though, begins to constrict the hand. Auto hit because it's already grappled for 14 bludgeoning. All those other effects do nothing because it doesn't need to breathe. But then the hand needs to give me a strength saving throw as this water elemental's outer shell begins to snap freeze. As the elemental freezes, the hand is able to kind of pull itself free and escapes the grapple with the nautiloid in tow, no longer contained inside of the warden. And that brings us back to the party. Vasu.
Still not really sure what to do.
We're not restrained anymore?
You have been shunted free because the hand was able to break out as it froze solid.
Can you water bend us? Vasu?
still haven't really got much. So, I guess what I'm gonna do. Hey, you know what? I mean, he's right there. I'm gonna angle this in a way that doesn't hit Nautiloid, hopefully. I'm just gonna spend a bit of ki, and shape and swirl some of the water outside of the Nautiloid together really, really hard and fast, and cast Shatter.
Excellent. Love
Right
it.
on these two wardens, specifically the frozen one.
Yeah.
I'll fuck them up a little.
I like it. As the Nautiloid is kind of being tossed around in all of this, the kind of like exit port is spinning around in all directions, and there's a time where you can kind of blink over there and see enough of an area to shatter. Let's see, con saves. The one that is ice has disadvantage for sure. Which means that's a fail on a 10. The other one also fails. Both take full damage, 12 points. You watch as huge chunks of ice are blown off of the shell of this thing. Anything else?
Nope, that's it for now.
Alright, Flick is continuing to dodge. Ace.
Gil, are you confident you can get us out of this, or do we need to help?
Let me check the thing real quick. Do we have a green stone?
Do
Probably.
we?
God.
Let's find out. You got a couple. 2 very rare ones, a dense one, and 1 typical one, 2C. Oh, and also a couple of 1Cs over there, yeah.
I could use some help.
Do you want me to go out there and distract them?
Don't go out if you can avoid it, because you can't get back in.
I will be able to breathe water if I go out.
Yeah, but that.
You will grow to be too big to fit back in, and then we
But
can't get big to get you back in.
I will be able to breathe water if I go out.
Okay, if you want to leave.
Fuck it, why not? I'm gonna take a big breath, and I'm gonna. Where's the? Okay, just an up and down census too. How are all of these people placed? Are they all like in the same?
They're all kind of about halfway between the bottom and the top. There's about 10 feet below you and probably about, well, actually about 15 feet down, 15 feet up to be big enough for everything here. You're kind of rocking wildly as you're being clutched by this hand and as the hand is being attacked by everything. I assume that you're all kind of clustered around this escape sphincter where some of the water is splashing in as the magic is trying to repel the rest back out. Yeah, you see that you could jump through if you want. You would return to your full size and then presumably be at the mercy of this dragon and the other things out there if you wanted. But it would make it easier to fight for sure. You can also just sling things through the portal if you wanted to. It's just that aiming things are a lot harder
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, what I meant more is like these creatures here, like if I wanted to do some type of area effect on them, like are they height?
They are all feeding frenzy as close to you as they can be. It is a ball of mass around you.
All right, where's the exit door?
It is near the front of the ship, kind of at a downward angle.
So with pretty much where the beak is at.
Yeah, kind of where the beak's at.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna pop out, and then I'm going to activate my bow, and I'm going to turn into an ancient topaz dragon.
Oh my god.
And then I'm going to use my breath effect, and I'm going to aim it so that it hits these three and this guy.
Awesome.
What action does it take to turn into a dragon?
I was gonna say it might be a full action.
You're
to transform.
right. It does. So then I don't do that action. I'll just look dangerous.
And how? You guys watch as Ace leaps out, immediately changes back to his full-size form, which is like a little bigger than the ship, but really not that much bigger. But then he activates his magic item and becomes an ancient topaz dragon. We'll use this one for this.
I'm gargantuan. Is there enough room for me?
It's not comfortable, no. It is extremely uncomfortable.
That's a pretty dope.
Magic allows you to grow as big as the space lets you get, which is about this. Flip. There we go. It's awkward, it's cramped, but you are now a dragon.
Yes. And hold on a second. Heck, I have all my class features. Could I just, as a free action, grab onto the ship? The item interaction, since it's like an item.
Normally, yes. The hand is grappling it currently.
Oh, I thought the hand was gone.
No, the hand is still there. I guess I should get a thing up for the hand too.
Oh, I was just gonna grab it and swim away, but I guess. Hold on, I haven't played Ace in a while. I forget what I can do as a bonus action.
Yeah, the action aim.
A steady action aim.
I could what?
You don't need to steady aim, but you can steady aim. You're a rogue, right?
Yeah, I'm a rogue.
You can disengage. You can dodge.
I don't
Not dodge.
I don't think you can dodge.
No,
Yeah,
not
that's
dodge. What kind of rogue are you?
Inquisitive. I guess I could
You're
bonus action look around. Is there a way that I could? Do I feel like there's a way that I could move that would like be a better position for where the ship is going?
The ship is kind of trying to go out this way. If you wanted to, you could use a bonus action to overrun and try to like push past all of these things.
Would that help the ship at all?
Probably not. It would just get you over there.
Okay, then I guess I'll just bonus action chill.
Cool. Either way, you are now the largest thing down here and have gathered a lot of attention. Nordo.
Hey, I'm actually back, and I will do one thing on my turn. What all is on the ground in here out of the things that are attacking us?
Everything is about halfway between the floor and the ceiling, about 15 feet up, 15 feet down. It is basically a feeding frenzy centered on you guys.
Okay, well, that doesn't help me very much. Second reading.
I'll appreciate Flick's comment.
Yeah, I've got nothing useful here. I'm gonna just continue using my, just holding my action in case, like I said, if we get back to normal size or there's something to attack, whatever.
Legit. Flurg.
So, it looks like the plan has changed significantly multiple times.
That tends to happen with a...
How do we teleport dragon?
He's got to find his own way now.
He takes a deep breath.
Understand, planning is not important part of process with party. Okay.
He's gonna go polymorph the dragon into a fish.
Let's see. This one? Which dragon?
The bad dragon.
Excellent. Alright, it needs a wisdom save, I think?
Yeah. EC 20.
Blast and Damn. Here comes number one.
Oh no, it just needs one.
That does still burn one.
He's like, didn't work.
I hate how close that was.
Alright, let's keep going.
All right, Gale. No longer grappled. If you want to try to move it again.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
All right. Let's see. First things first, the Icebrine Warden to the southwest will take an opportunity attack. See if we can stop you in your tracks again. 11 misses, which means the next thing to attack would be the southern Abishai. Uh, 19, I think, misses again.
Also misses.
The eastern, or the northeastern Abishai. 21 for 11.
Alright.
Where is he at when that happens?
That is actually a very good point. I think, let's see, back hand would be here when he leaves, stepping out to there. God,
Where
what
is
a
my...
clusterfuck.
So I guess where am I at, and like when does he leave my being 5 feet away from me? Versus the non-void?
It would have been at about the exact same time that the middle Abishai took his opportunity attack. So you can take yours if you want.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do, obviously.
Okay.
I meant more like I have the ability to like give them a shield, but
I see.
only if they're within 5 feet of me.
All right.
I assumed that like, I guess that would be too far away.
All right. The Big Beast hand takes another 11, and then it gets to here before the Topaz Dragon attacks. Let's see. Oh, baby. That's another 3d6 and 2d10. Uh, 41 total points of damage as the Topaz Dragon bites down.
Alright.
If the hand is still up, it is home free, and it still has like 40 feet of movement, I think.
Yeah, it'll keep going 40 feet.
Excellent. Let's see. That gets you almost off. Cool. You guys are about 15 feet off the north edge here. Which brings us to the dragon. Okay, things just got very serious, so let's pull out the big guns. The dragon whips its wings around, this kind of fluid swimming motion, comes around the corner here, rears back for a breath, and unleashes just this ray of magical force. There's this ringing noise like somebody running their finger around the rim of the world's largest crystal glass as it bears down on the hand and also on the nautiloid. You guys are inside, so you guys don't need to save against this damage. Somebody, presumably Gale, for the nautiloid, give me a Constitution saving throw with a modifier of +6 at its current size. And also one for the hand.
That was a con save for the hand?
Yep.
Doesn't have stats for that.
If it doesn't, we'll just call it a 10. Delightful. Both the hand and the nautiloid take 49 points of necrotic damage. The nautiloid has 120 hit points. Feel free to start tracking that in case it matters. You guys can see that the literal actual flesh of this ship begins to wither and dry around the edges. One of the tentacles curls up, goes gray, and then just falls off. There are cracks that start to form along the sides of the escape sphincter. Wrinkles begin to form under the edges where it connects to the shell. It looks like it has aged rapidly.
How much health does it have total?
120 total. So it is a little over half still.
Cool.
And then it'll swim the rest of the way to get right up in melee with it. That'll bring us to the Abishai. There's darkness over that way. It is going to start with its bonus action. 60 feet? Is it just in range? Sick. Just in range. Bonus action, teleport through the darkness, leaving behind a trail of inky black, and then swing on the hand. Guess I should reveal up here, shouldn't I? Unfortunately, you guys are still just inside of that light, which means he doesn't get that. 20 for 14. Everything else misses. This has to dash to get caught up.
Is it leaving my range?
It is, so you can take a swing on either of those if you wanted.
The 14 damage does break the hand.
Okay, delightful. Love to hear that.
All right, I'm gonna make a bite attack on it.
All right, hit me.
I'm just gonna have to roll this raw. I didn't make anything for this, so it's gonna be plus 12.
Believe in you.
20 to hit.
Is a hit.
Cool, and it's going to be a mixture of piercing and necrotic damage. So, 9 piercing damage. Oh, sorry, actually, I only rolled 1d10. 11 necrotic damage. And 13 piercing damage.
Gross. Ow. As this one starts to chase after the intruder, you grab it by the leg and just start to rip. There's a gout of dark blood that begins to spill through the cavern. Still, it seems focused on chasing the intruder, and for the time being leaves you. It does have to dash to get caught up to it. Let's see. That is all of the Abishai, which brings us to the Ice Prince. These things are dumb enough to go for the nearest thing. It will unfreeze as a bonus action. The two stuck on there still have one more turn before they can get all the way through. These two just swim straight up to you and begin trying to kind of wrap themselves around your face and your claws. Surge, constrict. Crit, I think, will hit. The 12 probably misses.
Yeah, the crit will hit. The other one does not. And then I need to grapple.
25 total points of bludgeoning damage.
I guess it can't grapple me.
And yeah, you are way too large to be grappled by these things, but you do take 25 points of bludgeoning damage. That brings us back over to the ship. The hand has just dropped. The nautiloid is kind of spinning around. You can see that these 3 Abishai...
25, or is it 25 plus the 6?
25 total.
Cool. Let me make a Constitution saving throw.
Totally fine. And then...
It's plus 12, so I think I'm fine.
Yeah, you're good. Vasu, it is back to you.
I mean, these guys are all swimming, right? They're not, like, touching the ground.
They are, yep. Unless Gale specifically had the hand bring it down low, it's kind of up to you. You did have control over it, so if you want it higher or lower, you can do that.
Nah, it would have just been wherever was most defensible and fast.
That's it. And you do see that the tunnel kind of goes upwards towards the waterwork.
A 20-foot cube would, especially underwater, would make not just the ground area difficult terrain, right?
Presumably. It depends on what you're doing.
I'm thinking about just putting a volcano right there.
Shit, man. Yeah, that'd probably do it. This water is already very turbulent to begin with. You could probably add more to that to turn it into difficult terrain.
Look up a thing real quick. How low are they to the ground? Because I think I have to cast this on a point on the ground. So I'm gonna...
Gotcha. We're same as before. 15 down, 15 up. So their feet are about 15 feet away from the ground.
Okay. Can I see what a 20-foot cube would look like?
Yeah.
Perfect. I can't move that myself, but I want to arrange that in a way that it hits, especially the dragon and the two Abishai right there. I don't think I can hit everybody with it and not hit the Nautilus a little too. Maybe?
Maybe, actually. I think that would get it. The dragon is very big. That would get, like, a big portion of its shoulder and its arm.
Cool. And because we're kind of nearing, like, the edge of the map, are we going kind of just, like, straight northish, or are we, like, going down this tunnel some more? I'm not really sure what the
you're heading
intended path is.
kind of north and upwards a little bit. I guess I could actually, like, draw more tunnel here. Here, actually, for the sake of convenience, we'll say it wraps around this way.
Cool. Either way, I think this works out pretty well. Gonna spend some more ki. Vasu shuts his eyes and kind of stomps on the floor of the Nautiloid. And a big wave of energy kind of resonates through that, out through the water. And then around this point on the sea floor, a big heat vent, like a big thermal vent, just suddenly opens up, and I spend 3 ki points to cast Erupting Earth. God damn it.
Let's see, dexterity saving throw from all 3 of them and the dragon.
Oh, gee.
Jesus. 1 does fail.
Yeah.
Even with disadvantage, the other 2 make it. And then the dragon.
Not super good damage either way, but the idea was just going to make this difficult terrain and hopefully slow them pursuing us.
For sure. Alright, excellent. So 4 for most of them, 8 for one of the Abishai. But then this does just begin to churn and broil as volcanic fumes and ash and smoke begin to pour up from the ground that splinters here.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, go back in your cave. You can't keep up with us.
They will try. Let's see. Next up is Flick.
Okay. Oh god, that's huge. Okay, I'm gonna cast Synaptic Static in that area.
Oh, fuck.
Need DC 20 int save.
There we go. That's 3 fails on all of those.
Ooh, okay.
For 24 psychic damage to all of the Abishai, and
29.
29?
Plus... Actually,
yeah, 34.
it'd be 34.
I was
34,
off by 10. Fucking hell. 34 damage to all of that shit. And they're all muddled.
I don't want to teacher myself. Does anything have an int score lower than 2?
No, everything here is intelligent.
Okay, cool. Yep, they're all muddled then.
What a nightmare this has become suddenly.
I've missed spells.
You watch as one of the Abishai, their head explodes. There is just a crack that kind of splits down the middle of their skull, and you see little bits of brain matter like begin to just burst at the seams.
I was just upset. Like, oh, Nomad can't eat it, but I forgot Nomad's not here anymore. And now I'm sad.
I assume Nordo has the stun. All right. Anything else?
I know that'll be it.
That'll bring us to Ace. You got a couple of annoying little things at your face.
I'm going to bonus action disengage, and I'm going to fly over here.
Excellent. Easy peasy.
Or swim over here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to hold my action for whenever the ship is moved this out of the way. And, yeah. as you see me take a deep inhale.
Perfect.
Hello, Uncle Ace. What are you planning?
You guys see a little beam of energy begin to form at the back
Oh,
of his throat.
this is a cone.
Fucking sick. Nordo.
You see necrotic energy like just filling his mouth.
That does not look good for us. We can get away easy.
You might want to move out of the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a headset off there for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Can you move me over here?
Yes. Oh, do you not have control of this? Let me give you.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't tried. No, I don't.
There you go.
Whee!
Okay. Well, those guys are pretty close to dead now.
There, Vasu and Flick fucked him up real good, and also it was
gonna
like turning
say.
difficult terrain out there.
I was trying to like block our retreat, but it kind of seems like I don't need to now.
You also see Ace as a giant dragon charging a breath attack for
Right.
whenever you guys are not in that spot. So
Okay,
stay there.
so I'm not going to bother with the thing that I was going to do. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. You guys ever play like a monk or a barbarian?
Never.
Just not,
Sometimes.
not a whole lot you can do.
Literally, actually, never.
Just
okay.
rage. Just rage right now. Do it. You
In
won't.
this
I'll just rage.
situation, not many.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. This is a good idea. I can see the guys outside the ship, right?
Yeah, yes, yeah, through a little board.
Okay, excellent. I will look out the like rubbery eyeball of this nautiloid or whatever the fuck it is, and I will hold my hand up to the nasty rubber. The Vox Fragilis tattoo lights up on the back of his right hand, and the eyes of the three, the dragon and the two remaining Abishai, glow with nomads like thrall purple for a second. I'll cast Bane on them all.
That'll work. Looking through the escape hatch, you're able to kind of get it right as it's spinning around towards the three of them. They need charisma saves.
It's a DC 20? No, DC 19. No, DC 20. I don't know. What is it? The hell are my scores?
Definitely
DC 19.
better than those rolls. All three of them are now muddled and baned, so they're rolling a D6 and a D4 off of everything they try to do.
Against a dragon's breath.
Yeah.
I think the muddled is only for
Yeah,
ability
the muddled
checks
isn't for
and
saves,
not
thankfully.
saving.
But
Unless it's just to maintain concentration.
right. But that Bane will fuck them on this dragon's breath.
I hope so.
All right. Anything
That's
else?
it. That's all I got.
Flurgle.
I'm going to ready a wall of force.
Delightful. That. Okay. Yes, that does consume the slot.
Yep, it's consumed.
All right. Delightful. It is readied. Gale.
God, I'm so pissed off. Just all the time.
We know.
He's
It's
gonna
about in character.
he's gonna eye twitch a little bit, and then he's gonna go back to the pilot seat and just start puttering out of the way.
All right. Delightful. Give me a luck check to see if the current is currently for or with you, or for or against
God.
you. That's basically going to be either 5 feet of movement or 15 feet of movement based on your luck.
You mean no
That
match.
is great. Yeah, the current is currently doing intake, which means you are pulled with the flow 15 feet towards the direction you're going. Let's see, gets you there.
And that is not that's just movement that doesn't do opportunity attacks.
That does well. You know,
Because it's
yeah.
environmental. It's not by his will.
He is also trying to manually move. It's both. So
It's
they
a
will
vehicle.
take opportunity attacks. We'll see how it goes.
Wall of force
Can I-
goes off, protecting
can
us
I-
from it.
Oh shit! Well, that'll do it. Yeah, the wall of force goes off.
See
So
these shimmering panels of squares that freeze the water into like clear glass.
Okay. And then my breath goes off.
sure
also.
does. Fire
And-
away.
They all need to make Constitution saving throws, DC 20.
Gross.
They take
gross.
necrotic damage and weakened on a fail, half if they succeed. And it's 14d6.
Minus
Sorry, I
three.
rolled 1.
You do need about 13 more.
It's a good roll.
Those already failed even before the Bane.
So 46 necrotic damage.
Ow.
See the water turn black behind us?
Okay. First, let's subtract the Bane.
Okay, D4.
So it's at a 14. It's already burned one of its legendaries, so it needs to get to a 20 with 2 legendaries. Let's go. 14 goes to 17. 17 goes to 18, and it still fails. All of its legendaries are burnt.
It does. It is. I'm assuming it's resistant to necrotic damage because it's a topaz dragon.
I need to double check. I actually don't think that
So
it is.
topaz,
They're
at least the
both-
ancient.
Oh yeah, it is. You're
I
right.
am.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
So, but it's still weakened,
It is
which
still weakened,
means
which is a
which
bastard.
means that it has disadvantage on strength-based ability checks, strength saving throws, and creature weapons that rely on strength. Deal half damage.
Yep, and as this breath, the same one that was just kind of sent towards all of you guys, is now sent from an even larger dragon behind them. You watch as the remaining Abishai are just withered away into corpses instantly.
Get fucked.
And the Bane is just enough to make the dragon fail its save too. You watch as the areas around the Stillstones embedded into its body just begin to peel back, muscle flakes away, skin cracks down the length of its arms.
Ooh, can I do one other thing?
Possibly, what's up?
So I still keep all of my regular shit, right? Do shape change?
Shape things,
Yes.
So I'm going to use my Kinku thing to just in Azu, Azu Dareth? That one, yeah, and I'm just going to say, you disappoint me. And I'm just going to say that in his voice.
Delightful. Have you ever heard his voice?
Yes. Okay, then I'll say it in Azu Daddy then.
Okay. Excellent. That finishes all of the held actions. Back to Gale. Anything else on your turn?
Can I use my action to dash?
Like with the ship or with your actual
Yeah,
body?
like with the ship.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you use your action to do a piloting check to squeeze more juice out of it. Sure, why not? Give me like a fuck man, I guess it would be an intelligence vehicles check. Hell yeah. And since the current's with you, that's another 15 feet. Alright, sick. Let's see,
Where does
you guys
it
are
put us?
15 feet this way. I drew this tunnel bending back down south because that's what I have space for. It's actually continuing in a straight line. We're going to pretend that space-time is curved here.
Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck can this thing do about a wall of force?
Oh shit. It's the greatest spell in the game.
It's the worst design spells.
Well, yeah. I say greatest, I mean most powerful. It's a terrible, dumb spell that shouldn't exist.
Yeah. Agreed.
Why didn't I... Okay, so, does Wall of Force prevent teleportation?
No.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, fucking sick.
That's force gauge.
Oh, nothing can pass physically, immune to all damage. Extends into the ethereal plane, blocking ethereal travel through the wall. Doesn't
Yeah,
say
so
shit about
ghosts can't
psychic
go through.
step.
Yeah.
Pew! It's over here now.
Bloink.
Sick. Right where it wants you. That does take its bonus action. So all it can do is bite and claw now. Let's see if it recovers its breath, though. That'd be fun.
Can our friend psychic step?
He is the exact same kind of dragon. He presumably can, too.
Say what?
Can you psychic step?
I don't think that's a thing.
Topaz Dragon? Absolutely it is.
No, it is. Oh, it's a bonus. I can do bonus actions.
Yeah.
I didn't even scroll
dude,
down.
You're running the exact same monster I am, just without the Silborn shit.
Are you also an ancient?
I forget. I think I'm smaller.
No, it won't be.
Don't forget the D4 on those
Oh,
if it
yeah, that
affects any of them. I
it
don't know
might-
if any...
He also deals half damage because he is weakened.
That is true. Does he also have disadvantage on the attack rolls, I think?
He has disadvantage on strength-based ability checks and saving throws.
Not attacks.
Not attacks.
And then anything that uses strength is halved.
It's a D6 also off of the attack rolls with muddle.
Ooh, he's muddled and cursed, so minus D4, minus D6.
Is he Bane too?
So that turns it to a 20, a 9, and a 17. Only the 20 hits. Your AC in the model
He wasn't.
is 18.
Was he baned or no?
He is. He's baned and muddled. Yeah,
So another D4 off of that.
That's already.
they're already in there.
Oh, okay.
So your AC is 18, so only that first one still hits, and it does half damage. So that is 7 plus 5, so 12 points of piercing and necrotic damage. As this just feeble bite sinks in. Does it get any repeated saves against Bane?
The muddle at the end of his turn, not the Bane.
Okay.
I don't think.
I think that's correct. That's what I felt as well. It is still fucked. What a nightmare. The Abishai are dead. The Ice Brains are going to try to chase you down. These two can finally push through here, but all they do is get to the other side.
It's only weakened until the end of its next turn, so it should be done.
Oh, that's delightful to know. These swim up and just continue to try to constrict Ace.
I can just port over here. It's fine.
26 and 18, I think, might both hit you.
18 does not.
Then 26 hits for 17 bludgeoning. And it is Vasu's turn.
No, too much healing. He passed out.
Still just like trying to figure out what I can do from inside the nautiloid without spending all of my ki.
Keep your resources. The big battle.
He said using the dragon immediately.
I can do it again. I still have one more charge.
Okay.
You know, we'll just do that. Ooh.
Oh, God.
That's inviting for him.
He's resistant to necrotic damage.
Even with the cover of pushing through the nautiloid... Oh, actually, that does miss because of the cover.
Oh, wait. It's chill touch. Chill touch.
Add a
is the
D4,
same,
add a
isn't it?
D4. Get a D4 to the attack. We'll make a hit anyway.
True.
I did that dumb thing where I rename all of my cantrips and whatnot.
That looks like a chill touch, yeah.
That's chill touch.
Which I'm pretty sure is a save and not an attack.
No, it's an
I
attack.
think it's
No,
an
it's an attack, I think.
Chill touch is an attack. It's not cold damage, and it's not attach attack.
Okay.
But you do get to add a D4 to the
You
attack.
get to add a
But you
D4,
do
which
add-
might cancel out the cover from being inside the nautiloid. It does. It exactly cancels it out for an exact hit. 24 points of necrotic damage, and it cannot heal.
Is it halved because it's necrotic?
Yeah,
it
he's-
sure is. Alright, anything else?
Nah.
Flick.
The only cantrip I got that doesn't require me to shoot through the nautiloid.
Legit.
Flick!
Oh no, we lost Flick.
Flickery.
Flickery. He might be dead.
He maybe did.
Maybe did.
Maybe did.
While we're waiting on him, Ace.
I'm going to psychic step. Let me see if I get my thing back. I get my thing back.
God damn
Yay!
Nice.
You can second step and breathe again.
I'm going to just like put my head in front of the nautiloid so I'm not to hit it, and I'm just going to release another breath, and he makes another Constitution saving throw.
I think that is another fail.
Minus D4.
It is.
Minus a D4 anyway.
Yeah, and it is still out of legendaries. Hasn't had its turn back.
Another 46.
God damn
It hasn't
it.
had its turn.
Just
yet.
halved.
It literally psychic stepped to us.
Oh, you're right. It just did. Well, let's see what the D4 is. One. You know what? I'm trying to save against that. Let's see if we can save. It does save. Okay, excellent. So 23 down to 11. And you absolutely can try to Eldritch Blast if you want. It'll just have cover because you're firing out of the open porthole.
Okay.
Anything else, Ace, while he's firing his Eldritch Blast?
That was my bonus and my main. So unless I'm assuming I can't push past.
No.
Could I like position my body in such a way that
What is a crit?
the Nautiloid could like travel alongside my body and be outside of his range as it flows away?
I
Let's
think
attach to his belly.
I think if you like were to either grapple or overrun or use some actions about it, yes. But because you've already used your action and your bonus action, I think it's hard to do that with just movement.
Gotcha.
You mentioned before, but now that we're not being grappled by anything, can he item interaction grab us?
Yeah, that I would allow. He's small, or it's small enough that you can literally just grab it in your hand if you want. Even with cover, these are... Oh, actually, that 16 will miss because of even without the cover. However, the rest of those all hit, and one of those is a big old crit.
It is.
Force, 12, 27, 32, 42, 49 points of force damage.
Nice.
Very nice. I'll take
Very
that.
nice.
Very nice. Fucking
That's
hell.
it though.
Alright, Norda.
Okay, can you describe the dimensions of this tunnel, specifically the part that the dragon's in right now?
Yes, it is getting narrower rapidly, but it's also kind of starting to straighten out. It is about as tall as it is wide here, which means that we're looking like 20 feet across, 20 feet up and down.
Okay, so it's kind of like a 20-foot like round tunnel, sort of.
Pretty much. Both of these dragons are starting to like get stuck. It is
20 by 20 is my dimension.
Yeah, it is rapidly becoming too small for these dragons to go any further.
That's really great news. Okay, looking out the porthole, I'm gonna maybe try to stretch how the spell works. If I've never used it before, I don't fucking know. Nordo will reach down to the mask of Promenos Layton, and like sort of magma kind of starts to drip from its eyes and its mouth a little bit. And I'm going to cast Bones of the Earth.
Oh,
I'm going
God
to attempt
damn
to
it.
make 6 separate pillows that all kind of make like a semicircle on sort of the
Yeah,
bottom and left side of this tunnel, and sort of all simultaneously pin him into the top right of the tunnel.
Awesome. Great.
This is one of my favorite spells.
It's
It's
such
so
a good
good.
spell.
And I'd like to leave
is huge.
I'd like to leave like one little gap between at least 2 pillars that a chicken could fit through,
Perfect.
so as to not totally fill the tunnel, because I could just make a wall basically, but
Yeah.
I wish we were just riding in a chicken. I wish this Nautiloid was a chicken instead.
and then I don't know if it takes that damage for each pillar, because there's nothing that says like a creature can only be affected by one pillar the way that
Yeah.
it says with like Meteor Swarm.
That's true.
Meteor Swarm says there's a lot of spells that have a clause that says like it can only be
affected
damaged by
once.
one, but this one doesn't say that. So I don't know if I like spear it with 6 separate pillars if it takes 6 instances of the damage.
Let's find
Listen,
out. Each
this
pillar
is a
a
6th level spell.
You could always go and check out my homebrew, where I made rules for this.
5 feet height. The ground wide enough for its diameter. Target the ground under creature if it is medium or smaller. We'll allow some flexibility.
Yeah, so I'm
here
stretching
because
that
it's
since
cool.
there's so many of them.
Pillar has AC 5, 30 hit points, 10 foot, 1 minute per by hand. If it's under a creature. Okay, so we're already doing a little stretching to allow it to come up under a large creature to begin with. I think the intent is that you can only get hit by one at a time. With that said, I will
Oh,
absolutely...
right, that makes sense.
Right, because if it was any bigger, it could get hit by
Right.
With that said, I will absolutely let it get hit by all of these at once for flavor, taking the damage of the normal spell. We need dexterity saving throw.
Minus a D4.
Indeed, minus a d4.
And it has no legendary resistances left.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would need the whole 4 to lose it.
Damn shame.
Oh, damn it.
shame. It does save, takes half.
Is it a
for
strength
10.
saving? Oh, it's dexterity. Damn it.
It is. But as it does come up, it does kind of get one of its wings severely scraped by these bones of the earth that rocket up out from the from below it. And it is consequently fucking jailed, leaving just a little bit of room around the southern edge there for a chicken to squeeze through potentially.
Perfect.
Fuck. All right. Anything else?
Does that also... So, this spell... Is it still restrained even though it succeeded the save just because the pillar had nowhere to go? Or does that avoid the restraint? It's like in a totally separate clause from the saving throw, so I don't know if it's... O5E. Either way, that's it for my turn.
So it looks like the intent is on the deck save, you avoid being pinned, you jump off of it as it's rising. With that said, that forces it to, like, pull off into this little prison over here. It's
Okay.
not restrained, but it is certainly trapped by all these pillars.
Cool.
If it had failed, one of its arms or something would have been caught in it and it would be restrained for sure.
Makes sense. I buy it. All right, cool. That's it for me. I will just stay by the door.
All right, Flurgle.
I'm going to ready an action to do a Song of Creation.
Excellent.
For if the Nautiloid passes by the gap where we can see the dragon.
For sure. Excellent. Then that'll bring us to Gale.
Okay. So, God, how terrible do I want to be? I want to be pretty terrible.
As terrible as you can, please.
Yeah.
Get it out of your system before Monday.
Well, currently I hate everything that is happening. So, yeah, we're gonna just move initially.
All right. I guess give me another luck check to see how the current's doing.
Is there a current with the wall? I mean, there's no outtake, is there? Because of the wall of force.
That's a really good point.
So there could only be an intake, really.
Well, it wouldn't, because of how
It
vacuums
wasn't-
work, it wouldn't do
Yeah,
that
it
either.
wouldn't be.
Yeah, I feel like that is a compelling argument for why there's probably just a turbulent stasis going on right now, especially with the bones of the earth. An 8 makes sense. I'll say that you're able to get 10 feet normally.
Okay. Then I'm gonna. How much is this to I'm good. I have mana. Do I have that much mana? Yeah, let's do this. The ceiling above this topaz dragon collapses on top of it.
Fucking sick.
The old wombo combo.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it. Gross. Alright, excellent. 6 mud, 4 feet of movement. On the ground, and cast a strength saving throw. If you cast it on the ceiling, the mud falls. Under it must make a dexterity saving throw. Definitely going to impose disadvantage just because it has not a lot of room to even go to.
Specifically that section.
Right.
Right in there. Just
oh, yeah. Just
making
really
sure
fuck
that
its
it-
life up.
make sure it can't slip out of the bones of the earth afterwards or anything like that. Just
It takes 48 bludgeoning damage as the mud suddenly falls in.
also do a little bit of that back wall just to really add as much weight as possible.
Perfect. And it doesn't know that the worst is yet to come, but I do. Hit me with that bludgeoning damage. Actually, it might. These things are surprisingly intelligent and good at magic.
Surprisingly. That's pretty racist of you.
Possibly true. 19 points of bludgeoning damage. This thing is in actual hell.
We did it.
I have many fears in life. This is my worst. Cave diving and, like, getting stuck underwater in a tight
Oh
cave.
no.
This is cave diving and being buried alive
Yeah.
put together.
Yeah, no, this is just the worst thing that can happen to a thing.
It's pretty bad.
Truly awful. Anything else on your turn?
I've done my damage. I feel good.
Excellent. As you did go forward, that does trigger Flurgle. There is a gap that you could fire your song through if you want to here.
I sing a song of venom and vitriol and turn all the water in there into torpor.
Delightful. What does this do? Tell me about it.
It's a
It's chloroform.
huge. It's torpor. 15 DC con save or be incapacitated.
Okay, this is a creation part thing. What is this? Song of Creation. Or what? Performance of Creation? Performance of Creation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I create torpor in there, basically a huge chunk of torpor.
You create one non-magical item of your choice in a non-occupied space. The item must be on the surface of liquid that can support it. Makes sense. The value can't be more than 20 times your bard level. What is your bard level?
Infinite because I'm level 14.
20 times 14 is a lot.
No, it's infinite because I'm level 14.
What does that mean?
It means there is no limit to
Yeah,
the
there's no
GP
cost
of
to
Oh,
it.
item.
there's no cost limit to this performance?
Yeah.
You probably the number of... Only one of these items can be the maximum size you can create. The rest be small or tiny. No longer limited by GP value. Okay, this bard is fucking awesome. So what is the size limit?
Huge. And then I can make a bunch of smaller ones.
Huge. Okay.
So I basically fill that area, one huge with torpor and a bunch of small other poisons. We'll say fucking carrion crawler mucus. That's another touch.
Fucking excellent. Once you okay, it's a long. Okay. Or a spell slot of second level or higher. Delightful. Cool. I'm gonna roll with this. Let's fucking go. Let's go look at the stats for you. You said it's a DC 15 for Torpor?
For torpor, I think it's 15. Let me actually. It's in the water. Torpor is DC 15. Yeah. It's poisoned for 4d6 hours. The poison creature's incapacitated.
Excellent. It is normally ingested. I'm
It's
gonna
only
say
DC 15.
just
Like
based
it is a dragon.
on the sheer volume of it, it cannot avoid ingesting some of this. So let's do it. Okay.
It's fine. It's a dragon.
Minus 1d4.
Minus a d4.
That's not gonna help. It's DC 15.
True.
Yeah,
and then
no
the
matter
rest
what.
was Carrion Crawler, you said?
Let's see. Carrion crawler. It's only DC 13.
Okay, excellent. And I think that one is contact, so this one you only need a little bit. That might... No, D4
Oh
would bring
my
it down to
god!
14.
No, D4.
It's fucking close,
It's still
though.
there in the water though.
So close.
Oh my god! So
Okay.
that entire area. As
Uh,
long as it's in there, it's gonna be like poisoned.
Does that require concentration?
Nope.
Okay.
how long does that... This is all new to me. I remember reading this
It lasts
anyway, but I
6
haven't watched it.
hours.
6 hours.
Enjoy that.
6 hours
It's
is
okay.
saves, my friend. I imagine you'll fail eventually.
On the one hand, this is
I mean,
crazy.
he could just
On the
teleport
other
out.
hand, being able
He just
to
teleport out.
make and abuse mundane items is actually my fetish. This is the greatest
I know.
thing.
I made this
Yeah.
as a love letter to Fekri. You said you liked making. I'm a thief. I'm gonna fucking bonus action use all these items.
Yeah, Creation Bard is the shit. I love them so much.
Holy fucking Christ.
That's what Frog almost was, but then Mario Bard,
Right.
which is, you know,
Way better.
it's Mario
Mathically.
Bard.
It's
How
Mario
can I
Bard.
not be Mario Bard?
The hell is a Mario Bard?
All incredible.
Listen to Age of Awakening.
Yeah.
It is 12 hours per session. I can't.
It is like 12 hours per session.
It's not. It's like.
It's like 6, but also there's like 40 sessions now, 35.
Just read the synopsis, and then you know.
Or you could send me the Mario Bard. That's
Yeah, I'm just
so
gonna send you the
simple.
Mario Bard.
It's in the Mario Bard.
So, in order to use Psychic Step, you have to be able to see where you're going.
Oh,
Um,
delightful.
this thing...
is covered in mud and poison.
There's so much shit. You know what? Yeah, this thing.
The mud fills the gaps between the bones of the
Yeah.
earth.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not an issue of darkness. This is not even an issue of cover. It is just heavily obscured as if by fog cloud, the strongest spell in the game.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Next to
Skywrite.
Skyward. There you go.
Right.
Really
Could I?
tasty.
Could I?
Which is just better fog cloud.
Could I play devil's advocate?
Sure.
He has blind sight.
He does that.
How does that affect
um,
seeing
Doesn't
where
go
you're
through
going?
solid.
what he sees through his blind sight is a heavy wall of mud. Blind sight is not X-ray vision, which is the problem. He is currently seeing mud in all directions. If he had tremor sense, that could potentially allow him to see through and past it. But no, I think he is sufficiently blind at this point that he can't just teleport out.
What a loser.
He will flail and do his best to break free, as any panicking creature would when suddenly trapped in an underwater cave. He just randomly flails at the nearest stone there. I don't even know if this does work. I'm going to roll the attacks and then go see what
I'm
it
just
does.
going to name 5 other poisons. Because there were like 6 things I could put, and the biggest was just that.
That's enough
Yeah,
to break
each
one pillar.
AC has a pillar of AC of 5
Yeah,
health.
he
and
can
3
get
health
through
points.
one of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. He gets 1 down. That is not enough. He's still trapped, and that's his turn. Let's see if he recharges his breath. Some of
What
the
a
mud slowly
loser.
starts to eke out, but even that, it's fucking mud, and it's like 2 swimming pools worth of mud. It's going to be there for minutes before he can like see anything. In fact, he might just be fucking suffocating. What's his con?
Can dragons? Can that
He'll
dragon
have
not breathe
several
underwater?
rounds before he starts suffocating.
Yeah, he's got several.
Oh, with
rounds.
his mud. I
Uh,
don't think can breathe mud.
Yeah, he's
Amphibious, which
he's
like, and you know,
amphibious?
frogs are amphibious and they love mud.
They don't breathe.
don't think they
mud.
breathe.
Some of them literally hibernate in. Have you not seen Over the Garden Wall? They like to sleep in mud.
Hibernation, as we all know, is fucking sorcery.
Witchcraft.
It is witchcraft. Yeah.
He's a dragon. Dragons are witchcraft.
No. It is advanced witchcraft. Nobody understands.
Dragons
how
are
hibernation
born
works.
of the weave. They're like the most magical creatures that there are.
The point is that he is not getting anything done for the time being. You guys are effectively. You've got. In fact, let me just roll it to see how many rounds you have before this thing can even do anything.
I'm gonna try killing him.
Oh, if you're just gonna try to kill him, then we'll do it turn by turn.
I mean, look at this. There's a little spot right here. I can like.
Sure. Why not? Let's do it. All right, Vasi, go ahead.
I mean, if we're just gonna continue to try to kill it,
I mean, if you guys want to like not, I guess we don't have to, but they're just gonna come by.
It'll come back and bite us in the butt.
Yeah, I think we ought to put the poor thing out of its misery, frankly.
Ooh.
He does warn you and say like, be careful. There is much poison in that.
Yeah.
It's like a kaleidoscope of colors.
Unless I hear otherwise, I assume these are all still coming from inside the nautiloid.
Yeah.
Which means I assume that these little bolts are also coming out kind of tiny and then suddenly enlarging. Which I'm realizing now that this is a potentially devastating strategy in a lot of scenarios, and we'll see how the enemies react to it if you decide to use it. 2 of those miss because of cover, 2 of them hit, and 13 points of force.
he gets pushed back 20 feet.
Awesome. Deeper into the mud he goes. Fucking great. Just what he wanted. Anything else?
Nope.
Flick.
I love that is like, it's not a save, it's not a once per blast or like a once per turn sort of thing. The
Yeah.
push is, yeah, you keep pushing them.
Awesome.
Yeah,
And then I'm going to push it back, is it 5 or 10 feet with each one?
it's 10 feet each one.
10 for
Okay.
each one. So this thing
Yep.
is now, it gets hit twice. The 23 and the 23 both land for 21 points of force. And then another 20 feet means this thing is now in the back of the cave that Gale had converted to mud. I have to pull it down to adjust its fucking health. Yeah, this thing is, this is the worst way to die. There are no worse ways to die than this. Anything else?
This is like being buried up to your neck on the beach,
Ugh.
and then
Ugh.
you know.
No,
you
it's
have-
worse. It's worse because
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
underwater.
Yeah, but like you're buried up to your neck in sand at the beach, and then a couple of people come over and just start slowly pushing your head under the sand.
While also
Slowly.
we're also poisoning you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also
Speaking-
two just like poisoning you.
Yeah, then,
In-
okay,
in
okay,
their
it's less that
defense,
we're
you were
pushing
trying
his
to
head
kill them.
down, and more that we're like hammering his head down like a cartoon with a pair of 2x4s.
Oh yeah. I mean, you guys came here to kill dragons, and so far
We're
it
doing it,
seems
man.
like you're gonna kill some dragons.
We've
We're not
done it,
being
I
nice
think.
about it.
Ace, you are
That's
also
it.
currently blocked in by the bones of the earth. What would you like to do?
Just teleport over here.
Yep, sure can.
Gypsy.
I'm
You
assuming
can
that
breathe into it, I guess.
I can't. If I reached in there to hit him, I would take damage.
He's 40 feet back, and you would also be
Yeah.
exposed to some minor poisons.
Can I like use my tail to like grab the nautiloid from here?
Boy, extremely unlikely, but I'll let you try it. It's going to be a sleight of hand check.
I'm actually pretty good at those.
You are.
But is the dragon?
Yeah, you are
Oh,
about.
I keep all of my class stuff as
yeah,
shape change.
It's shape change, not polymorph.
It's 20 as a minimum.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, wait, and I get a D4 if I need it.
Sure, go and throw it on there. We'll see how good it is.
24.
24, brilliant. When you teleport over, this is about as far as you think the dragon can go. However, there is still room for you to snake your tail back there and just kind of scoop the nautiloid out to your clutches.
Question: did that take my action to do that?
I think it would, yeah.
Okay. Well then, you said okay.
Let's swim away.
It's okay. I have shape change. I can just change. It's a bonus action. Cool. I'll shape change into what's a good humanoid
Killer
that
whale.
has?
You'll
It has to be a humanoid that can swim.
Stupid.
you'll be able to do it
Triton.
next turn. You did teleport this turn. Is your bonus action.
Oh, you're right. I guess in the meantime, I'm just gonna. I don't know if I can just push them. Like just like get them as far this way as they can. I guess.
Excellent. All right. Yeah, you're able to pull them out with the 24 and get them basically right up to your side. It's hard with your tail to push them any further than your center of mass, but
I mean, Kuatoa. Do Kuatoas have swim speeds?
I think they do. Nordosa.
Me? I think I'll just do nothing. Dodge, I guess, yeah.
Legit. Those bones of the earth are holding.
Yeah, those have done their work.
Flirt.
Counter charm.
Good call. We'll say that as he is panicking, he probably inhales a little bit more of this torpor.
I've listed the poisons that are in there now.
Sure. I'm just going to roll a whole bunch of con saves, and we'll see if anything exciting happens.
Yeah. If any of them are 15 and under, that's when it gets spicy. Oh!
Fucking son of a
subtract some
Yeah.
D4s once per turn, so just the first one.
Yeah.
How does this even happen?
Okay, let's see. Fail, fail, success, 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 success. Sorry, hold on. That
Oh,
last
that's a
one
D4
was...
off of all of them.
Oh,
Because
shit!
of Bane, yeah.
No, he added the D4 on it. I can see
Oh,
it.
you already did.
Yeah,
the
it's already-
D4.
it's already built in.
I see, I see,
So
I see, I
let's-
see.
Why is one of those a 30?
Because he has a plus
A lot.
12.
Oh,
to
I see.
these
Okay.
con
Okay.
saves.
I'm sorry. I saw that the 16 was blue.
For a moment, I
Or green.
felt myself turning Canadian.
Let's see. Actually,
What would be wrong with that?
So fail, fail, success, 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 fail.
All right, tell me what happens on those 3 failures.
So on the first failure is for torpor. Roll 4d6.
Awesome, great damage.
No, that's not damage. He's incapacitated.
It's far worse.
For that many hours.
Hours?
Yeah.
Hours?
Yeah, it's poisoned for 4d6 hours, and it's incapacitated while it's poisoned.
Awesome. Okay,
Just goes to sleep and
Isn't
then
that the dragon?
suffocates
what
to
did
death.
the next two do?
What's the next one? The oil of Tagit. I don't actually know what this does. Oh, it's only DC 13. That one actually, yeah, it fails. Oh my god. Oil of Tagit, it's poison and it's unconscious for 24 hours.
Cool. And then
How
the
the
last
fuck did the dragon fail this? I don't
one.
understand.
Bane.
Midnight Tears?
That was real
Literally
nasty.
Those are
only,
fun.
only
And
possible.
Minotaurs is very bad.
At the stroke of midnight tonight, it takes 96 poison damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna peel the curtain back a little bit here, guys. It's not making it to midnight. This thing
Oh, it's
is
gonna
about
choke.
to... Thankfully, this dragon's troubles are now over. The sweet...
He'll die peacefully in his sleep.
He will.
Here's only dreams.
They're the last inklings of panic and fear and all other emotions are drained from this dragon's mind as it falls asleep buried in mud, which I assume in about 3 seconds is about to snap back to solid stone anyway.
Just considering it, but if he's asleep now and stop struggling, I mean...
No tears.
If it turns back to stone, then like the poison can't get to him.
True.
No tears. Only dreams now.
I think we've let the poor thing suffer enough.
No, we haven't.
You don't think so? I mean, I understand and appreciate your vendetta against dragons, but like, maybe not all of them need to be so brutally murdered.
It's really weird.
No,
Only Voss is doing the voice, so like everyone else needs to make their voices higher, please.
Fuck that. Put it out of its misery.
It's not
It's-
brutal. It's already done.
It just doesn't know it yet.
The last-
guys!
Oh god.
Oh right, we're like ant-sized, and then this fucking guy is a huge dragon.
Oh yeah, you are
I
don't
smaller than
know
his
why
smallest tooth right now.
I don't know why everyone is changing their voice. We're connected telepathically.
You don't want to talk out loud.
Because it's fun, okay? You wouldn't get it.
Fun to
I'm
talk
gonna
out of
I'm
that.
gonna turn into a merfolk, and then I'm just gonna grab the nautiloid, and I'm going
Awesome.
to use my 40 feet swim speed to just get us through here faster.
Yeah, and easy enough.
Speed.
Well, that was that. I was not sure how that was going to go. I assumed everybody would just pile out of the nautiloid and have a good old-fashioned fight. Once again, D&D proves me wrong.
We have a taxi, a dragon taxi.
Yeah, why do that when you can just turn into a dragon?
That lasts an hour.
Also, this lasts for an hour, so I have this for an hour.
You might as well keep it, unless we're trying to be stealthy.
I can turn into like I could just shape change back into Ace, and I still keep all my class features while being a dragon.
Wait, it's shape change?
It's shape change.
Oh, then you can't transform into something with a higher HP.
No, but I can change back into myself, and
Your
We'll just
HP.
have- my
gets
HP will stay.
lower.
My HP will stay that of a dragon, because I'm pretty sure my HP.
Oh, the
stays.
dragon shape changes.
The dragon has the ability to shape change after
Yeah,
I
yeah.
shape changed into the dragon.
Shape change the spell or shape change like the.
So I
ability?
use the shape change spell to turn
Spell.
into a topaz dragon, but then the topaz dragon has the shape change ability.
Ability.
Where
Okay,
he
that,
can change into a medium or small creature, but he retains the dragon statistics. And then I can use a bonus action to change back.
then perfect. We can just have an ace as a fake dragon who can dragon for free for the next 1 hour.
Yeah, but right now I'm a merman. Actually, I'm probably just a mer ace. I'm just ace, but instead of little wings, he has little flippers, and instead of feet, he has flippers.
Things are a little rough, so I'm going to try and heal the nautiloid a little. I don't know which kind though. Let's do level 2. It's not bloodied, is it?
Oh my god, guys, we can go so fast. I can main action dash and then bonus action dash, and we can just go real fast.
Yeah. It's not half HP the nautiloid, right?
It took 92 damage, so yes, it was below half. I'm pretty sure.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
'Cause I think it had 120 or 140.
It started at 120. And yeah, somebody definitely please keep track of how much health that has.
Yeah. How much health does it have now?
I think it took 2 hits. Wait, I don't remember how much health it took. Never mind. I'm sorry.
I know it took one big one for like 49, and then it took a couple of smaller ones. I'm hoping that when Drake gets back, he's been keeping track of it. If not, I'll scroll through chat and find it. But no, that is good to remember. This thing is not invincible. It has taken some big hits, and it is also difficult to repair.
I'm going to imagine it's taken at least 60 damage, so it's bloody. So I'm going to heal it. Or 24 HP.
You would be aware that much like a flesh golem, this is a construct.
Oh, it's a construct. Never mind.
It is also only a creature in the sense that a tree is a creature.
Oh,
Which, you know,
then
sometimes they are.
instead, I'm mending it.
Can I, like, as I'm swimming with it, since I'm a ranger and I can just do stuff as I'm moving, can I, like, use my tinker tools to help fix it from the outside?
A little bit. So Tinker's tools are not going to be super great because this thing, although it is a construct, is made of flesh and not machine bit.
Can I mend it?
Mending will help a little bit, yes. It's a slow process. I think you guys, with your evolving cantrips, can do it as an action now.
Could I?
Yeah.
Just every turn he's gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, even as an action, it is mostly going to be kind of like superficial fixes. But yes, you'll be able to heal a little bit as you go.
Could I argue that it's my greater favorite enemy?
I do like that argument.
And therefore my greater favorite friend, because the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
You do also not have tools right now.
I do. Shape change allows you to keep your items.
Can you hold it as a dragon?
I've turned back and I had a little tiny. I was a dragon with a little tiny backpack.
Okay, so
He's a mermaid now.
I'm just joking.
To be clear, because I stepped away right as you were having this discussion, you used the dragon's shape change ability to shapeshift into a humanoid, right?
Into a merfolk.
Into a merfolk. Okay, delightful.
With a swim speed of like 40, I think, so I can just swim yeah.
I like the aberrations argument. I still think Tinker's tools are just the wrong tools for the job. If you were to get your hand on, like, Carver's tools or maybe a healing kit or something like that, it might be a little more
How
appropriate.
about, hear me out, cook's utensils?
I can't imagine how.
Does anyone have either of those two items that they could just like toss out the hole and then I can just like...
No, I don't.
I guess I could just give it kisses. Just kisses foo is good, better.
I'm mending it.
You can reassemble any number of broken fragments when restore corroded metal objects to their untarnished state. Okay, excellent. Yes, you're able to get a little bit done with your evolving mending. Specifically the parts that damaged, like the shell, the carapace, whatever the fuck however the fuck you say that word that I always forget. The fleshy bits will be a little tricky, but they will. You can make progress on it, yeah. And over the course of the next about minute and a half, moving at merfolk speeds, I'll say that you're minute and a half is 90 seconds. I guess give me 9d4.
94.
Fuck off.
94. Wow, look at that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ones.
Alright, whoever's keeping track of the Nautiloid's health can add 16 health back to it.
I don't know what its health is.
I think and hope that it is Gale, but we'll see. If not...
Should I just put you guys in my bag of holding? It's fine. It's too late. It's too late for that. That and if I like, we get trapped in there or something. It's fine.
I feel like you really love putting people in bags of holding.
I really do.
At
It's
least
just
like at least 3/4 of your play involve putting people in bags
Well,
of holding.
True.
I-
It's
you-
like a weird
it's just-
thing, or...
I just feel like bag of holdings should just be able to have people in them. You know? Why can't I put bodies in bag of holdings?
You can.
You can. I mean, there's even specific rules about it.
10 minutes of air.
Honestly, I really missed that portable hole we had. That was a game changer.
Yeah, I think it was the shit.
You could put 4 people in there. Anyways, how long does it take us to navigate this?
About 2 minutes. Sorry, I have a tasty snack, an adult Lunchable. After about 2 minutes, carried by the mermaid, you guys do find kind of a large cavern, and out of the northern side of this cavern, you can see light beginning to pour through a portcullis. I'll pull you over to the map. A couple of you give me perception checks.
I'll do it. I'm also going to
I'll do the
activate
second.
my darkness orb so that after we do this check, we're in orb of darkness and we can be super stealthy.
Delightful, noted.
In fact, if you're just eating a regular children's Lunchable, it's okay to tell us.
It's not. It is actually. I do have regular children's.
Does it say
Lunchables.
adults for men?
No, it
on
says like Hormel or some shit on it. I don't know.
Lunchable
It's
for men.
forest green and black packaging, which is how you know it's for adults.
There's no cartoon characters.
There's
or-
not. It's not bright yellow and red
Is
like
there a
all
prize
food for
inside?
children.
Did it come with a piece of candy?
No. No candy.
No
for
dessert.
kids.
No dessert.
No,
No dessert, not for kids.
It is toasted crackers, boring adult cheese, and spiced salami slices.
Why didn't you just?
Boring
You could,
adult cheese.
I get the feeling that
I assume it's the
Lunchable probably
exact same
cost
cheese.
way more than it would have just to just buy those things individually.
Almost certainly. But then I wouldn't be eating it.
See, I like to think that with the adult Lunchable, you're actually getting cheese and not a quote cheese product.
Hang on, let me see if it's on the thing.
Maybe.
You know what you should do? Have Sochi get like a food sealer, and then he can like make his own like Sochi Lunchables for you, where he just buys cheese crackers and meat, and then seals them for you in fun packages.
It's listed as white cheddar cheese.
Yeah, it's probably actually real cheese then.
Man.
Oh, I'm sure you could. In fact, I think we probably have one. But it didn't come in a convenient package, so I'm not eating it.
A part of the list of things I thought we were gonna do today, drowning a dragon in mud wasn't one of them.
I know. I've been waiting for the right time to break out Bones of the Earth. And
Yeah,
glad
it's a
glad
great
we did.
combination.
It's a combo of doom right there.
Yeah, I really
We just
hate everything about that.
The thing about side initiative is, like, at level 20, if you let 5 fucking level 20 characters go back to back, they're going to just absolutely skull fuck
Oh, yeah.
monster.
Yup.
just put it in this cage.
Just
Just
make a
fill
cage,
it with
and then
mud.
let's fill the cage with mud, and then let's also fill it with poison, and then let's shove him to the back wall of it, and let's breathe on him as a dragon.
Was not expecting any single one of those poisons to work, but you know what?
There probably should have
Blessings
been
come
like
in many.
some penalty for being heavily diluted with seawater, but you know,
Probably.
it's no big deal. That thing.
Oh, actually, wouldn't that have made it even better? Because then it would have diluted into
Spread-
the water, and then he would have breathed it in. And a lot of these were solids and liquids, so they would have been inside his lungs, or whatever amphibious. Amphibians don't have gills, right? What do they breathe with? Do they have
In
gills?
fairness, a huge chunk of torpor.
Right,
I don't know
like-
how many
like a
gallons
kid-
that is.
A kid's pool of torpor is fucking
Oh.
huge.
So amphibians breathe through their skin and water. So like he would have just been. It actually probably would have made it even more effective on him.
Some the only poisons I picked for this ones were inhaled and contact. Sorry, ingested and contact, because I don't think inhaled would work down here, because those are like they have to be burnt and stuff,
Yeah,
or, like
probably.
powdered. Yeah,
But
these were the only ones that were contact and ingested. So I think ingested is the same for breathing in
Yeah.
this case, because it breathes through its skin.
Drinking is a kind of ingesting. I think it counts.
all right. So what do we see? What do we see?
As you
Describe
begin
it
to
to
make
me.
your way up towards the light, you can see that the cave reaches a bubble. You guys eventually are able to park the Nautiloid in an area where the water is maybe 2 or 3 feet deep, and then there is like 5 or 6 feet of cave above that is still totally dark, except for an area that is illuminated by blue light shining through a portcullis. Most of you don't really notice any sort of anything interesting as you approach. However, Ace, as you're approaching, you're able to notice. Well, let me describe what everyone sees first, and then I'll tell you what you see that's
Yeah.
different.
Also, I would do this stealthy. I can move at full speed while being stealthy.
Noted.
You can also add a d4 if you want to. I think 32 probably does it, but if you want to try to get up to 36.
Well, you know what? Unless it would prevent me from using it for my stealth.
It's once per turn, so I think you're probably good. Oh, hey, big thing.
Hawk.
Fuck.
As you guys approach, most of you see what you see here. Through the portcullis, there is a large kind of waterworks wheelhouse. You can see that there's a big glowing blue stillstone in the middle of it. There's a wheel that seems to churn. And then you can see a recent construction and addition of a copper tub or a vat with a little kobold-sized bridge leading up to the top of it. And you can see that there is a noxious green light and fumes that are kind of pouring out from the sides of it. you guys have worked enough with this chemical to understand that the color is very similar to the formula O.Z that Gale has been experimenting with. That's what all of you see. Ace, the only thing you see that the others don't is... Oh, right. All of you do see this large robot. The sprite there is not quite what he looks like. He's got this, like, very round body, almost like... who the fuck is it from Portal 2? Is it Peabody?
Glado?
Wheatley. Yeah, he's got like this big round body made of copper or tin or something like that. These long spindly arms that go down to his belly, and there's a bunch of hatches and latches all up and down his belly. And you can see that as you were approaching, he was like reaching in and grabbing some chemicals out of his belly, pouring a little bit into the water, sprinkling some dust, and then he puts it back in the shelf in his belly. He looks down. One of his arms kind of lowers down into the water and starts spinning almost like a blender or a mixer to kind of agitate the bit. And it just seems that he's kind of like, taking care of the water. Ace, as you guys are approaching, you notice a very subtle pause, a glance over the shoulder that he tries to do subtly, and you see just like a tiny little bead of yellow light from behind his glass bulb eyes that does not quite make direct contact, but certainly looks to the portcullis like it is aware that something is wrong. And when it does, it kind of pulls up his other hand, and you can see that these two little metal electrode rods, and he dips them back into the water. He looks over his shoulder again, lifts it back up, dips it back into the water, like he's probing the water. And every time he does, he looks over his shoulder. And after a while, he kind of goes back to his business. But you do notice this unusual behavior as you guys are kind of getting set up in this cavern.
I'm going to explain that to Gale. I guess the group, but Gale specifically, and see if he has any idea what that is about. I assume he's probably checking for, like, I don't know, changes in the water density or us.
Seems pretty reasonable. Gale, let's find out what the king knows about his waterworks. You can give me either Tinker's Tools or a history check to know how this place runs.
I think he's probably just trying to catch himself some crawdads.
I think
only 11's all day.
29 is still remarkably good.
10.
With the 29, you would know that normally the purpose of this place is to draw water up from the sea, to desalinate it, and this friendly creature is an object that Marvel helped invent, and you would probably be pretty aware of as one of his bigger inventions. This is Puck. He measures the salinity level and the other kind of chemical levels of the water as it's being processed. He performs some electrical treatment to it to help purify it. And importantly, he monitors for things that shouldn't be in the water. As such, you would be aware, he's incredibly slow out of the water, but he moves quickly in the water. And he is able to sense at a very, very, very long distance chemical impurities, including foreign bodies, in the water that he is contacting. It is extremely likely that he knows
detected a lot of poison.
Yeah, it is extremely likely that he is being overloaded with some very unusual signals right now. The largest of which is probably the poison a few hundred feet away. But also, it's reasonable that he would know that there's some other foreign bodies in the water. He probably doesn't have a pinpoint location on any of you, but he knows that something is up.
Should I just go out and just like kill him?
No.
Is he your friend?
Do I know if Puck has any, like, a shutdown command word or anything?
That's a good question. With a 29, almost certainly. He's almost certainly also trained to, like, defend himself from that happening.
That seems like a problem.
I mean,
Who puts a shutdown switch and then tells the robot, don't let anybody use this?
The important question.
Anybody but his creator is the important bit. Like, if somebody walked up to Toto and tried to click his shutdown switch, he would defend himself against that. And that's kind of the case here for Puck as well. You know that Puck was invented by Marvel, but then was assigned to the people that work here at the Waterworks.
Great.
You would know that the original person who worked at the waterworks was murdered by the cult. He was not loyal to them and is dead because of it. So whoever's in charge now, presumably, is with the cult. Let's see.
Do
Shutting
you know
him
the
down.
leader of the cult?
Do I?
Boy. Give me a history check. Ultimately, Ozydirith, which then leads back to Ozymandias, but at a lower level among the kobolds anyway. Let me double check this before I give you the wrong info. Right. Of course. Yes, you would know that it was revealed to be a red-scaled kobold named Belina.
That chicken bitch.
Belina? Who is Chicken Bitch?
Belina.
What's she look like?
It's like a chicken-faced red kobold.
Yeah, kind of accurate, actually.
Chicken-faced kobold.
She does kind of have, like, that scraggly neck thing going on.
Thurgle is going to try and message Gale with his mental image of Belina. And Gale can send back his mental image of Belina.
I'm trying desperately to figure out what Oz reference this is.
Belina is a chicken companion of Dorothy's at one point in
Oh,
the
okay.
order.
Yeah.
She shows up in the
Return to Oz,
Return to Oz movie, and is frequently comes back in the books.
Oh.
Return to Oz, the movie, by the way, is dark as hell, and people should watch
Yeah.
it. It's very good.
Holy hell, Return to Oz. I watched it as a child. And then again recently.
Yeah,
Yeah, you streamed it.
Gail sends you back an image of what basically just looks like a red cockatrice.
Oh.
Kinda.
And then he's going to kind of squint, and then he starts singing a little song describing Belinda the chicken face bitch, and makes a major illusion of her.
Delightful.
What's she sound like?
See, with a 20, what'd you roll? 24? I mean, yeah, you probably would have heard her at least a few times. You do have a general idea of her voice.
We try it a bit, and then I'm like, get in!
Because the evolving message does not allow you to send an actual perfect audio recording,
Yeah,
there would be some performance checks involved with reproducing this voice. But don't let that stop you. That's what performance is there for.
Yeah. We try it a few times until Gale says that's the right one. 27. Sorry, it's 30.
Yeah, 30. You have to spend a couple minutes trying out different voices and doing some tweaks, but after a while, you've got a pretty convincing, kind of angry, assertive kobold voice going on with just a little bit more of this guttural scratch to it, like it has to come up through a gullet. But yeah, you've got a pretty convincing voice, at least according to Gale's memory. Speaking real quick of Gale's memory, you'd be aware that water elementals, not a thing here. That's not normally the case, and there are two that are clearly guarding this portcullis. And when I say guard us, I mean looking out in your direction. There are also two stationed by the front doors.
I have an idea. If I stand right here and turn back into a dragon, I can get everyone with my breath.
Again, would prefer to not destroy Pock if possible.
He's a robot. I mean, are they really affected by necrotic damage?
Our ship was.
Our ship is also a nautiloid.
Yeah, necrotic things can affect.
Toto can also be affected by it, so.
Which is stupid.
Yeah.
Not really, they can rust.
That's true.
Yeah, I tend to like
just
envision
made
it.
something different for it.
Time affects all things.
Exactly. I interpret it as like entropy or decay instead of actual necrosis.
Then why doesn't he just cast his? I can get in kind of ready-ish. He can cast his image near it and be like, "Shut down! Get in the water!"
If you know how to shut down, maybe we find way to put this on you. And he like kind of wiggles the illusion to walk toward Gale and kind of stand in his place.
I'm a bad actor.
Don't worry, I do acting. You just have to do actual maintenance, right?
Unless it has blind sight or true sight, and you can see him.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
If it has blind sight, why it keep looking over his shoulder? Stupid design flaw, you know?
Sometimes robots just need to emote, okay?
It's
Blind
a
sight.
sphere!
Blind sight also requires like you to be looking at something with some sense.
That is true. Yeah, it's not like an aura. It is a sight.
Right. It's not fucking
For example,
Neji.
echolocation.
Right.
Then it's a 360-degree Neji thing.
Echolocation is not 360.
There's some confusion of mechanics going on here. In combat, you're assumed to be looking in all directions, in air quotes.
Yeah.
That does not mean echolocation means you ping 360 degrees at all times.
That's how
Right.
sound works.
No, echolocation
No.
is an aimed effect. You have to aim the ping where you're trying to see.
Yeah,
It is a conal aimed effect in front of you.
Yeah. Because, you know, they project the noise and then it bounces back to them.
Yeah, but
The
that's not how
closest,
it works in D&D.
well, D&D mimics real life, and sometimes the mechanics get in the
Does
way
it?
and we overwrite it.
Did you guys know that all bats are vampires?
Do we? Where's the door that we have to get to?
There are two front doors. I'm just going to reveal more because you know what this building is like. You've been here.
Also, don't worry. Only physical interaction with image reveals it to be an illusion.
Yeah, but the Mimronauts are very likely to try to do that, right?
They could try.
So you would know that there are those two doors up in the top left and top right that lead out to a little fountain and then to the street. It's a pretty short run to the street, maybe 40, 50 feet. You would also know that there's this door over on the right, which leads into kind of an office area. And you'd be aware, because of the times that you came over here, that there's a door leading south out of that office area, kind of over in this direction. That leads to like a loading area with a cargo door, and that's where like deliveries are made and work is done.
Does the Nautiloid have a stealth mode?
This
Can it
one,
go invisible?
I
This
don't.
is it.
I was gonna say I think this one just has a shrink mode, a shrink mode and a couple of tiny little lasers. It's definitely a scout vehicle. It's like the Nautiloid equivalent of a Corvette naval vessel. It is made to move fast and kind of quiet, but not
What we
necessarily
can
stealthy.
do is maybe travel inside this illusion while it walks forward. And you help me try to be as accurate as Belinda as possible. I try and act.
Okay.
Well, if you want me to get back into the Nautiloid, we'll have to go back underwater into an area where I could, and then shrink back down. Otherwise, I'm not going to feel good Nautiloid.
Is your shape change not concentration?
It is concentration, but I'm not dropping it. I still have it for another hour.
Yeah, you can't get
And
it.
I can't get it, and I can't get into the Nautiloid unless you expand it anyways.
If you want, we can go out and expand it and then get in and then...
That's what I'm saying. Is like if you guys want me to be in the Nautiloid, that's what I'll have to do.
Shall we?
Right, but it's like hours to go back
Hours
Oh,
to go
yeah.
back where?
to a place where we can expand the Nautiloid.
It has the entire way back from where we just fought stuff in Narrow.
Yes, so after the fight, you went through narrow tunnels that opened up into this big cavern that you're currently in. This
Gotcha.
big cavern leads to this portcullis. I didn't draw it all. I guess if you wanted, you could give me a luck check to see how big this cavern is, and if you could potentially expand a whole nautiloid into it.
I mean, even if we do, we expand it here and they're going to notice.
Yeah.
Almost certainly
Can't you
true.
turn into a plasmoid? They're humanoids, right? And then you shrink, go into us.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't gain like the abilities of whatever I change into. Just like kind of like
Size.
it's like shape change. I don't know. Like, this is what it says. You transform to any creature that is medium or small, or retaining its game statistics other than its size. This transformation ends if the dragon reduces to 0. So I think I retain the dragon's game statistics other than the size. I literally just get like the size of that creature.
Right.
But then I keep everything else as the dragon. Does that mean I still have my breath?
Yeah.
And my speeds?
It's the reason that Mr. White in his shark form punched for 75 million damage.
Does that mean I still have a fly speed?
Maybe. Let me double check. Hang on.
Is it just the only thing is other than size?
I don't see why not. I feel like it is reasonable to say that you would need to change into a form that still has wings, but you could tack wings onto a mermaid if you wanted. Yeah.
You could change to a different humanoid.
I think the thing with this is, I mean, in fact, you can correct me, is it sounds like I'd have to change back and then change.
Yeah, go back and tunnel.
Let me double check that. You might be able to just do it all at once.
It just says the transformation ends, but I said if I still have my bonus action to change.
No, you could go straight from one humanoid to another if you wanted.
Okay, I guess I could just do that. Just get one that can fly. How tall is the ceiling up in here? Is it super high?
In the cavern, it is, I think I said like 6 feet above the water and 3 feet below, so 9 total. So a 9-foot tall room, the bottom 3 feet are covered in water. Inside the building there, it looks like it is about a 30-foot tall ceiling.
I guess if I stay next to the illusion.
Yeah, you can also get in maybe. Well, shall we try? If they attack, well, we just jump out and attack back, yes?
Yeah, let's do it.
We do some practicing.
Hold on, before we do that, what are we doing about all of your people?
Leaving them.
So, are we gonna just non-lethally knock them out then?
No, we're not gonna fight them ideally, and if we have to, then knock them unconscious.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not very good at that. Abducting children, yes, but
We got a few doses of the antidote, but we're gonna try to figure out where the.
I do have poison that can knock them out.
Ace had what was it called? Watery backdoor last session, so he missed the hour and a half of planning. But
watery
we
backdoor.
Got a vague idea of where the poison is being sent out through the city from. So we're gonna try to get the antidote in there. But first, step one is get Tassadar and kill him.
It's right here is where it's being injected.
But didn't we think maybe it was from the food too, though?
That's what I initially thought because I thought they were smart, but they're not. So,
right,
they're doing it here.
Okay.
But either way, step one is get Tassadar, kill him. Step two is
if these kobolds saw a dragon, are they going to be like not wanting to attack it?
No, they're going to attack anything that comes in here.
Gotcha.
Too much planning, one by one. Do this now or later?
Let's do it now.
Okay.
Then I'll change something that can fly, preferably silently, I guess, and then just stealth next to them.
Okay, so we have Ace in a humanoid form that can fly. The rest of you are still in the nautiloid?
Yeah. Nautiloid is inside an illusion of Belinda.
Okay, that you're projecting out from inside of the portal. Yeah. Alright. Delightful.
I'm taking acting advice from Gale to act like Belinda.
Okay.
Mind you, I do not speak Draconic. If they speak Draconic, you have to tell me and I'll say it.
All right.
Alright, talk to me. Do you sneak up? Do you swim up? Do you climb up onto this walkway and then walk up to the portcullis? How do you do it?
We
We
walk
just
up
walk,
like we
right?
own the place.
Walk
Yeah,
up
it's
like you own the
natural.
place. Alright, delightful. As soon as you walk up and become visible, you do see that these myrmidons both lower their weapons towards you through the portcullis, begin shouting something in Aquan. You can hear a ruckus coming from all around. You do see that Pock kind of continues to peek his head curiously over in your direction. And
I don't speak Aquan. I only speak Kuatoa.
I speak Primordial, so I can
Yeah.
translate it for you.
What are they saying?
something from the water.
Something from the water.
You hear a feminine voice from the back of the room repeat in Draconic this time. There's something coming from there. And then you hear a flapping of wings, and then a tiny little kobold in the cultist robes sets down in the middle of this bridge and looks out towards you in your disguise.
What is cultist greeting?
I give them my best cultist greeting.
I tried to mimic it with my performance.
Both of you give me a performance check. That's pretty good, actually.
Sweet. And then I mimic
And then
it,
you're, yep, let's see, we got 2 points of failure here.
right? That is 35.
Fuck. Double check. Okay,
It's time, Kalinda.
this blue-scaled kobold kind of sets down, unfurls its wings, and cocks its head. It's like, what are you doing in there?
What he's saying?
You
It's
wanna
funny
know what
because
we're
Gale
doing
has
here?
to say. Okay, you have to speak for me.
There was a ruckus that I had to investigate.
What was it?
Some attempted intruders, but they've been dealt with.
Alright. How did you... You know what, I'm not going to ask. Do you need help getting through there?
Yes, open up.
Alright. He motions over to one of the Myrmidons, and the Myrmidon goes over to the wall, and he starts to lift a lever. And one by one, each of these portcullis bars begins to drop down into the floor. Water begins to flow past.
We walk in with confidence, like this is where we're
Absolutely.
supposed to
Yeah.
be.
Well, get back to work.
You order back to work. Come on, everyone. He does kind of like stand astride. He says, by the way, do we know what's going on with the shipments of the antidote? I know that there was some sort of an incident at the facility and the production is low, but we're running out, and frankly, the workers are starting to get worried that they are going to have to be subjected to the poison, and I keep telling them that that's fine, that we're all so close to the end anyway that it doesn't really matter if we get subjected, but you know how they are about freedom of will and, you know, maintaining their own sanity and all that stuff. They don't have the same dedication to the cause that we do. And he kind of gives this flourished bow.
At this point, like, Thurl just doesn't care what they're saying. He's just waiting for Gale to say something, and he's trying to emote it properly.
Are you questioning the will of the Great Lord Asadira?
Give me an intimidation.
The coward.
Should I do one as well?
Yeah, both of you give me an intimidation.
Have a bardic.
Fucking
If you
hell,
want.
guys.
You can have a bardic for later. I will spend one. And here's mine. I'm not trained in intimidation. 24.
No, of course not. I don't question your will or your methods, but these others, these outsiders at the Sun, they've been delivering these chemicals so regularly until the attack, and since the attack, we're starting to run low. Most of our supplies here are gone, and fucking Jack over at the farms is being real stingy about sharing. I was just wondering maybe if you could go talk to Jack and see if they'd be willing to split some of their antidotes.
Very well.
Of course. Thank you, my lady. I knew you would see reason. He flits back over to here and starts to talk with this druid that you guys can now see clearly now that you're in here. There are a pair of straight-up Blue Order druids. One of them is Elven. One of them is Tabaxi. They are both highly out of their element in this extremely mechanized environment that is all about tainting water. And they seem to be helping with this operation, giving orders in particular to the water elementals who are keeping guard.
These aren't the same ones we ran into before, right?
You don't recognize any of them specifically as ones that you've met before. I have an important question for all of you. Do any of you have any poison or any disease?
Currently?
In our bodies or just on our person?
Anywhere. In your bodies, on
So
your person, in your
many.
inventory.
I left it back there when I created it.
Gale, I think you're clean, aren't you? Or have you done more since then?
I just got a taste for it.
He started drinking
Just-
poison.
Chugging poisons on the side.
I
Just
do
for the
that.
thrill of it. I don't even wear the amulet anymore. I need the rush.
I'm like 90% sure the glassworm poison in my inventory has been used.
Yeah.
I've got
same
at
with mine.
least one poisonous thing in mine, probably two. I've got flying serpent poison, and I've got some mildly poisonous mushrooms from the Feywild Hag Hut.
Does alcohol count in drugs?
Nah, it would need to be
I
like
have-
a serious poison or a disease.
I have that, the 2 portobellos to kill Azadirith that are not going to work, that I got scammed into buying.
Uh-huh.
So
Yep.
that's all I got, though, otherwise. I think.
Okay. As you approach, Pock does suddenly stand up. There's this big mechanical. You see his eyes.
I do have a torpor as well.
Excellent. And he begins to wade over towards all of you. Doesn't boy
What's it doing? What's it doing?
Pick
Yes,
barks,
Gil.
Stay calm.
Pick barks something out in Draconic, and Pock kind of stays his hand right as he is reaching towards the illusion. Hey, stop it, Pock. Stop. They're fine. And he flits back over. He's like, I'm so sorry. Do you have anything weird? The invaders, were they sickly? Did they have anything poisonous? He might sense something unusual on you.
They were using some poisons, but it's been dealt with.
Understood.
Be sure to see a cleric just in case.
Right, of course. Pock, go back to work. Come on. And he claps his hands a couple times, and Pock stares at you intently with just this blank robotic stare. God, neither of those things. Yeah, no, that all tracks. I think after a second, his head fully spins around first, and then his body follows a
Like
few
an
seconds
owl?
later. And he goes back to work.
Circle breeds again.
Do I know who Pick is? Or know anything about
Give
him?
me a history check.
Pickpock?
So he was one of Marvel's assistants
Which direction are we headed? To
to
the right?
the get back there, I assume.
I'm assuming you're still piloting the Nautiloid because you're the only one who can. So
Yeah.
take us to the right.
Yes. Pick is one of Marvel's many apprentices. He was very promising. He helped a little bit with the construction of not only Paka, but also some modernizations to the wheelhouse here. Presumably he has taken control. You can see that he is wearing a ring of keys around his neck, presumably to the building. He seems to be in charge here. It's very clear now he's wearing cult robes. He was part of the cult all along. And with a 19, you would be aware that he was instrumental in kind of catching Marvel off guard at his own workshop in the dead of night. and was one of the main reasons that he was captured.
Huh.
Is something okay? You were staring.
Yeah. How much control do I have over the tentacles?
I mean,
How
presumably
close?
complete control. In its tiny form, the most it could do is kind of cling on like a normal-sized octopus. If you were to suddenly expand this thing, I'd say they probably have like a 35-foot reach, and
God.
as your action with the piloting check, you could grapple up to 4 things within that reach.
Perfect. Pick. My keys were destroyed in the fight. Can I have yours?
Give me one more deception check. That's a big ask even for his boss.
Are you fucking questioning me?
I'm going to mimic it. Whichever.
God, these are such good rolls.
Here. Oh no, it's natural
Oh
one.
no!
Uh-oh.
You got anything for it?
I don't have inspiration. Oh wait, I think I might have a thing for it. Sorry, this is new character. He has a bunch of class abilities. No, try harder's already there.
You can take my inspiration.
Oh, okay. I'll reroll it.
Good luck.
We'll just take the current try harder, because that's what was rolled. 12 plus 2. Oh, plus a d4. 1. So let's see. 12.
15.
15. Good luck.
21.
Damn it.
Flash.
He kind of like, he looks over and he squints a little bit and he looks back to Pock, and Pock is kind of making eye contact. Pock has not taken his eyes off of this illusion, off of all of you. But
I just realized that I'm not lying. I'm doing a performance.
Okay. On the one hand, I like this conversation and I do think that the distinction is silly. On the other hand, you're lying.
I mean, I am performing as someone and just copying what he's saying.
He actually has no idea what
That's
Gale
true.
is even saying.
That's true. That's true.
I did say I was just copying what he's saying.
That is actually completely accurate. You're right.
That increases from a +9 to a +18.
Okay. All right. He does, however, after looking at Pock and noticing that Pock is acting a little bit unusual, says, "Right, yes, of course." And he kind of reaches to his neck.
Does he look suspicious? Does he look? He is suspicious.
He looks like somebody would if their regional manager showed up in the sewers and said, "Hey, give me your keys." Which is to say, yeah.
I guess what I say.
kinda
I guess what I'm saying is I want to make an insight check on it.
Yes, please give me an insight check.
I'll take a second if I can.
Yeah.
Plus a d4. 27.
And then Nordo, I think, was also doing one. There we go.
Look, like, what's going on?
Yeah, both of you kind of get the vibe that he's going with it because he's outranked and because the story seems to add up, and because, frankly, he's got a lot of respect for this organization, and this isn't the first time, probably, that somebody has tried to do weird stuff at the sewers, and that she has directly intervened to stop that. With that said, he looks like somebody whose regional manager showed up in the sewers and had said, "Hey, please give me your keys to the warehouse." He takes the necklace off and hands over the keys. Both of you can kind of catch just an inkling that, like, he's probably gonna follow up on this at some point. Maybe not immediately, but, like, this is the sort of thing that you check in about. Giving up the keys to
Presumably
the
the guy
warehouse
has
is a big
watched-
deal.
Assuming the guys watched like a few training videos that say like never ever give your keys to anyone for any reason.
Right,
Yeah.
right. This is
do
very...
Always give your
military
password away.
In other words, you get the sense that this is going to work for a second. This is probably going to fold after anywhere from a few minutes after you leave to at most maybe an hour or two after you leave.
That's the hope.
Just enough time.
But for the time being, he does hand over the keys and goes back to work.
All right. Then I head out the door. And I want to wait just, 30, 45 seconds or whatever.
Yep.
And see if he starts to follow.
Excellent. Do you hide, or you just kind of wait out in the open?
I just stand there and look like we're milling about for a second, checking the keys or whatever.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye
And
out
then
to see if he's
keep going.
looking up to, and if he's looks like he's gonna follow.
Our girl is just taking cue notes or acting cues or what to do. Then once we're out of earshot, or well, I mean they can't hear us anyway. But he's asking in the telepathic thing, "What did we say? What are we doing?"
Just setting some bait.
Oh,
But yeah, after 45 seconds or what, so just giving him some time to make his decision, then I'm gonna just keep going.
Somebody give me perception. Everybody give me perception checks. Everybody that's watching for this, give me perception checks.
Everybody perception.
I don't think Fergal will be watching. I think he's
30.
watching Gil.
Also, has it been less than 10 minutes since we passed through the cellar door?
No, you guys have had at least that much conversation.
Okay, D4s are gone then. No D4s.
Oh, no D4s.
As you guys kind of pause and wait, everybody that has listened so far, except for Flick, hears the sound from back behind the building, kind of over this delivery spot, of the big, I say big, it's big for kobolds, warehouse delivery door kind of roll up. A little bit of shattering in Draconic, and then it closes. And then, let's see, 24, 21, 25, 24, 20...
Mine's 30.
30. And you also, what is the range of your true sight?
120
Big,
feet.
120. All of you hear the sound of a and then some wing flaps, like something starting to fly away, towards the northeast, which you'd be aware is kind of towards the prison and the palace. There's not much else in that direction, and the barracks are in that direction from the waterhouse. None of you see this, even as you follow the sound of flapping, except for Ace, who can see an invisible pick flying over in that direction.
Pick's heading that way. I think he's onto us.
All right. Think you can follow?
I'm not gonna be able to be invisible, but I can. I mean, I was just shape change into. Can I just also shape change into?
Oh yeah, that's
like
a
flying kobold
question. How did you get through that room just now?
I assumed that I just assumed I turned into a flying kobold assistant, or I was hidden by the massive illusion that he was doing too.
The illusion wouldn't do it because, again, the leader is also a kobold. Being a kobold assistant is reasonable. That's totally fair, and they wouldn't have questioned it. Okay. Then yeah, it's up to you if you want to give chase or not.
Sure. I'll follow stealthily.
Can we... Sorry, real quick. Can we see the city map again?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, you guys saw this a little bit while you were planning. As you step out in front of the waterworks for the first time, you see with your own eyes the city of Stormcellar.
Also, I have a question.
Yes.
So, what was the spell that Fergal was using?
That?
What was the spell you were using?
Major image?
What does Major Image do again? Is it only like...
I can cast it again for reference. Here you go. Spell book. I renamed it to Major Illusion. Because there's a minor illusion, but no minor image. And this isn't just an image, it makes
Yeah, it's
sound,
weird because this
smell.
does do other things, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not just an image. So I made it Major
Okay,
Illusion.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, I'll go after him and I'll just do it stealthily. I don't know what the lighting is like down here.
probably doesn't.
There's kind of an ambient glow throughout the whole place, mostly of orange from torchlight, but also from here specifically a little blue from the gym inside that kind of pours out through the factory windows at the top of the building. And there's a little gold that comes from the nearby palace. You would notice that out here in front of the waterworks especially, and down below, the water pours out into a waterfall that goes down to the lower tier, and that creates a ton of mist, which does a pretty hefty number to your ability to see, which should help you as you're trying to follow him stealthily. Might make it a little harder for you to follow him as well, but we can see how that goes as we go.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I wasn't sure if there's like any areas that I could just like use my darkness and just it not be suspicious for like a 5-foot square of darkness to be.
Theoretically, if you were to fly straight up first, you would be able to get out of a lot of this ambient light. The trouble is that you would risk losing him very quickly because you're gonna go way more than 120 feet out of his range. Also, real quick, if you're not in the ship currently, I need a Constitution saving throw as you are first exposed to the aerated fumes of Formula Odadzi.
This is against poison.
This is against poison.
Okay.
Constitution, you say?
Yep.
All right, this could be plus 20.
Good luck.
Sorry, plus 12. So 28.
All right. You're fine. You can tell that there's a funny smell in the air, but you're able to. It doesn't have any immediate impact on you.
Ace, you can carry the ship for a second, right?
Yeah, I can keep carrying it. You want me to just carry us after him?
Yeah, you're faster than the ship currently, and I need to get a thing ready, so I won't be able to drive.
Alrighty. All right.
Would you like me to leave the illusion back or have it follow?
Drop the illusion.
Sure.
Otherwise it'll work weird.
Nice job. I just stopped concentrating.
Okay, it's also really good. I was just like, hey, Florgo, make sure you're looking out the front so I have good vision.
And just remind me, because it's been a long week, we're heading towards the palace is where he's heading?
It looks like he's heading to either the palace or the barracks. It's hard to say.
Okay, and then where is Azadirth, or at least where we think he is?
Probably the palace.
Okay.
Where I would assume he would be.
Understood, cool.
Alright, Ace. To stealthily follow without losing track. First, give me one of 3 options. Do you follow close so that you're very careful not to lose him, but risk being spotted? Follow far so that you're sure not to be spotted, but you might risk losing him? Or do you take a balanced approach?
Well, you see, I'm a ranger, which means I can move at full speed while being stealthy.
True. Yeah, legit. Okay.
Real quick, just because my hand raising might be for relevant before we decide. Was I able to catch what you said there was like some dragon or some dragon whatever the fucking
Draconic?
language is.
Are you
Draconic,
speak
thank you.
Draconic, right?
Yeah, I understand all spoken languages. Was I able to catch anything that they said between the door opening and closing?
Yeah.
I rolled a 24.
Yeah, you would have. And anybody else that speaks Draconic and rolled that well would have heard too. It sounded like, hey, watch the shop for a second. I need to go grab Nick Keys.
Ah, gotcha.
Uh,
I will kind of mention that if it didn't get it. Like, he's just getting new keys. Don't know if he's super suspicious or onto us yet, but you know, still keep an eye on. Carry on. Never mind.
All right. So you can keep up just fine. Speed is not a problem. The question is, how close do you risk getting to him to stay, to keep him in your sights?
probably I guess a middle approach. That way, like, you're not going to notice me tailing him.
All right.
I guess, yeah, but I still want to keep it with my side. Maybe like, trying to think of like actual. Is there like stuff to hide behind, or is it just like going to be like out in the open?
He's currently flying out in the open, kind of just a beeline, and you'd be able to tell pretty quickly. It seems he is going past the palace towards the barracks.
I guess I'll just keep like a middle distance, yeah.
All right, give me a stealth check and a perception check. All right, those are both very good. As you follow him over, you get a good aerial view of the city, especially once you breach free of the mist caused by the waterfall. You do see that the palace is guarded heavily. There are 3 full-size dragons just outside the front door, presumably even more inside. As you begin to descend over towards the barracks, you can see that there are easily just outside, visible from up here in the air, probably 300 kobolds or so, armed, armored, at the ready, doing military training drills. And you can see that Pick begins to descend towards him, dropping his invisibility. Do you follow?
So, before we get that far, hopefully, is there a point where we're over the ravine?
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of takes a straight line there, which means you follow the street until here, and then you kind of cross over the air here, which passes straight over the prison.
Perfect. When we're right over the prison, ideally, Gail's gonna just kind of sit by the sphincter.
Yep.
And just gonna whistle in a happy little tune. Wraps some cloth around the barrel of his gun. Opens the door, and I'm gonna fire a couple of shots at Pick.
Fucking excellent. He is completely invisible. What was your perception check?
It doesn't matter if I can't see him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh.
If you got a thing for it, go for it.
It's his gun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's
now.
got the gun. Fuck yeah, dude.
I saw him. So prior to that, I am
How
gonna
far is Pick?
I'm gonna throw on some flame arrows.
Would you like some poison? I can make some quietly and apply it.
Also, like, I could just shoot him with my bow.
That's all right. This is personal.
Okay, I understand.
I'm gonna point out the direction.
But I'm gonna get if okay, I guess I don't know he's doing this. If once I notice this, I might do something.
Yeah, unless Gale specifically coordinates, I'm just gonna let him have surprise on literally everyone, and then we'll start initiative if it matters.
So yeah, just shoot the.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Fucking
Crit.
hell.
27.
You have something to cancel out the invisibility? Let's see.
I mean,
They don't.
If he's
recognize-
flying through mist, his wings would be actually dispersing the mist and showing where he is.
I also have a gun that just like tracks people. I don't know. Like line of sight isn't relevant, I guess.
Gale
I do
is-
have to make a intelligence check to target him though.
Yeah,
Right,
I
right.
think it cancels out because Gale is hidden from him currently.
That's true. That's a very good point. It would cancel out either way. Any attack you make in a past manner against her whose location you know can be turned into a seeking attack. They ignore cover and line of sight. Can curve, twist, bounce up surfaces. Awesome. Magically perform aerial acrobatics in order to reach its target. Suffering little. Okay, sick. Fucking excellent. Give me that intelligence check.
Yeah, you have a D12 if ever you need it.
Awesome. That means that both of these shots ring out, cacophonously echoing off of the caverns of the entire city. The shot heard throughout the whole city.
I assume that's why he wrapped it in cloth, right?
It's also my gun is also microscopic currently.
Oh, that's true.
It just only the bullet,
The bullet
becomes
just comes
large
out.
when it leaves.
This armored personnel carrier is the deadliest thing I've ever given any of you guys. Fucking hell. Yeah. 35 hits. The 18 does not, unless you have a way to boost it.
Don't think that I do, unfortunately. Although
I've got something for this.
he does also take an extra 29.
God
points of damage.
damn. Alright, so let's see. 30, 45 plus 29.
He does have a D12 inspiration. If you want to use it.
Yeah, I'll use that.
Then
Fuck
that
yeah.
is another
Plus
hit.
11.
29.
You take an extra. Because it's damage, let me just show you what it does when you do the attack roll.
The moat thunderously shatters. The target Needs a Constitution saving throw,
Or take an extra 11.
and it
Yeah, that
takes
fails.
an extra 11 from that.
Damn, Gale.
Fucking Christ, Gale.
Is he
That
still
was-
alive?
All right, we're gonna roll initiative. That shot sinks in, and one of his wings, it just splits right at the like at the shoulder blade. You can see that he is flapping around like an injured bat, and begins rapidly losing altitude. Let's fucking do this.
That's the end, concentration and invisibility.
Yeah, there's no way he can save
With a
invisibility
DC.
against that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he cannot make a DC 52 invisibility save. Or concentration check. This
A
is
D8
not where
scale.
he wanted to do this fight.
This is exciting.
Don't forget Flurgle, Splurgle, and
Damn, I rolled a 3.
Philo that you have D8.
5.
And Gale as well.
Are
For me.
there dragons rolling initiative?
They're going to be far enough away that they're not going to be able to get here in like a matter of rounds. It would be a matter of minutes.
Okay. But they are rolling initiative.
Absolutely. That, well, let me double check. Because you're right, you are inside of that thing.
If they roll initiative, I get advantage because I hate dragons just so
Yeah,
much.
I think the thing
I
is
see what
that
you're saying. Yeah,
I think that-
absolutely allow it. Yeah, that counts.
Hell yeah!
I think Flurgle's thunderous shatter might have given us away.
Oh, true. That would make a lot of noise anyway. And he definitely does call out when he's shot for 105 damage.
This is Storm Cellar, though. Isn't Thunder normal here?
In here, the
Not
storm,
down here.
Yeah, the cellar door keeps most of the noise at bay. There is occasionally just the faint rumble of a crack of lightning through the mountain, but it's a whole ass mountain. God built mountains to protect us from nuclear weapon strikes.
Really?
So they can do just fine against thunder.
And I add a what to that? D4?
D8.
D8.
E8. I've never rolled this high on initiative before.
Yeah, fuck me. That's some crazy initiative.
It's very good.
Hot
Thanks for
damn.
that. Thanks to that.
It's that-
5.
Yeah, that and your what is it? Your jack of all trades gets you even more.
Yeah. It's already applied.
See, so that bumps you up to 25 for Vasu.
Oh, he already added it.
No, I didn't.
I got you. Alright, we are in initiative, and Flurgle is the first act. I'm going to say that you guys, following at a medium pace, are 60 feet away from Pick. Granted, most of you are still inside the Nautiloid.
Flurgle first to ask, my god, that's kind of crazy.
I think you mean my nomad.
Hmm?
I think you mean my nomad.
Yeah, Nomad's a god. My no god. I will use an action to use Performance of Creation
Awesome.
to create 6 things. 3 catapult ammunition,
Okay.
1 vial of, what do you call it? Again, glassworm venom,
Awesome.
and 1 vial of purple worm venom,
Cool.
and 1 bubble attachment.
What is bubble attachment? Talk to me about bubble attachment.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to furiously. So this is what it's gonna be like, right? This, you know how you have bubbles, and you blow through a bubble wand.
Okay, sure.
You have a little vial. So this vial of purple worm venom. He attaches the bubble wand to it and like churns it a bit. Like, so that there's a little film on the bubble wand.
Okay.
And he attaches it to the nozzle of Gale's gun, so when the bullet passes through it, it's poisoned. This is just how he's flavoring poisoning Gale's bullets.
Okay. Okay with fast hands.
Yeah, with fast hands.
Okay, alright, I like it. Okay, as long as you've got the mechanics for this, I'm into it.
Yeah, the rest is all just flavor.
Alright, holy shit. So an action to create a bunch of ammunition and a couple of poisons, fast hands to set up this attachment to poison your next shot. Actually, it'd be your next 3 shots, because it's ranged ammunition. Shit. Alright.
Next 3 shots have a 12d6 poison damage, DC 19 con save to have.
Alright, noted. Anything else?
I have glassworm venom, which is the same as purple worm venom. But I don't have any more actions. Who's in this room with us, I guess?
You guys are all in the Nautiloid.
Except for me.
Except for Ace.
Except for you. Can I hand this over to Ace?
Hand whatever. The
glass worm.
Sure. Yeah.
The vial of glass.
I don't have fast hands, so I won't be able to apply it without wasting my whole action.
That's fair.
Oh, also he's outside. It would be very difficult to hand it to him outside.
I'll
of the
just
Nautiloid.
chill. I don't have any more actions anyway. I'm gonna go next to someone and wait. I'm gonna chill.
Alright, excellent.
I can't attack anyone. I only have support actions.
He's gonna use his legendary action to go invisible again, because what the fuck just happened?
This shitbird has over 200 hit points.
He has... Well, I'm not gonna tell you that just yet, but you'll see.
We can see his HP bar. It's half.
I'll show you his...
That's a lot of HP.
Show you his
He's
whole
probably
stat sheet
a
after you
dragon.
kill him.
I'm excited.
Ace, you're up.
Well, this is gonna shock everyone, what I'm gonna do next. But I'm gonna shoot him. And sorry, I should have said, as always, it's making a 5 plus 10 for all of these.
Excellent. He is invisible, so unless you are canceling... Oh, you're
I have
within
true
60
sight.
feet of him. Yeah, you're right. Then yeah, 31 does hit.
Also, I have advantage because Flurger could see him anyways.
True. So 31, or rather 26 does land. 39 points of acid, which he resists. Still not great.
Hold on, I have 2 more. I'm just seeing if I added sneak to that. I think I did. It's gonna be 34 damage.
That does also get through. 34. Psychic is fully effective on it. Oh, he's not going to
And
get
then
to
the
his
last one.
turn. He's not going to get to his turn at all.
And then another 38 damage.
38. He does also resist lightning. You've hit 2 out of 2.
Okay. And then I have 40 feet of flight, so I'll move 40 feet closer. And then that will fit me within 20 feet of him, and then I'm going to teleport with my bonus action to kind of like block him off on the other side, so that he's kind of pinned in between us and the Nautiloid.
All right, noted. Fuck, don't like this. That is all of his legendaries already, so that brings us to Vasio. He is still invisible.
Did he make Constitution checks after my 3 attacks?
He did, yep.
Come back to me.
He
my
made
head's
all of
covered in
them?
cat piss.
All right, good luck. Gale, back to you. He's invisible, but not looking great.
Let's deal with that.
22. 24. He needs a DC 19 con save.
Assuming 22 hits.
22 does hit, and here's a save against the poison. That's a failure.
Fail.
He should have failed the second one, right? It was 38 total psychic damage, halved. He would have made a concentration of 19, and he did 10.
Did he not? Oh, you're right. He did take full damage. In that case, you're right. He needs to save on that. So 1, 2, 3.
He did. It's right there. His save right there is 10. You already made a save.
Shit, he burns all of his resistances. And still fails. So you're right, he's not even invisible anymore. So that is a 27 instead, which extra
I
hits.
got you.
Roll an extra 12d6. Oh my god.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let me add all this together. You might not even need the second shot. 24, 32, and 11, 67 points. As fast as he can turn around, in a moment of panic, you can see he tries to recharge his blade of forward. He tries to go invisible. He barely has time to process what's going on before the second shot comes through. Tears the other wing off, and then presumably bounces back straight through the heart, and you watch as the lifeless body of Pick begins to fall silently down into the chasm.
I'm going to try to get his body, if that's possible.
Yeah. He might have something useful.
Sure, you can give me a dexterity save.
I also can teleport beneath him to catch him on my turn.
True. Yeah. Go and give it to me, and we'll see how easily you get it.
Give me 1 second.
Our two small boys basically did.
Fucking assassins over here.
Don't hit me, I will die very fast.
You said what type? What do you want me to make again?
Dexterity saving throw.
Okay, it's gonna be a plus. It's gonna be 3 higher than this. Wait, hold on. It's gonna be +7. I'll just roll raw.
Christ
that's
almighty. Like a ship in the night, you guys begin to trail this poor bastard, this heinous traitor, this man who sold out Marvel, this man who betrayed the trust of everybody at his workshop. Your trust, Marvel's trust, all of the Inventors Guild. And as you catch him looming over the yawning black void of the chasm down to the field and then presumably to the Underdark and nothingness, there is one silent shot that rings out, catches him across the wing, blood sprays and lands harmlessly down below where it will never be seen. A split second later, the second shot fires out from inside the Nautiloid, rips his other wing off, bounces back, pierces him straight through the heart, and before he can even say a word, you watch as Pick slumps, Ace grabs his body, brings him back over to the Nautiloid, and frankly, that was fast enough. I don't think... You know what? Let's go find out. What do these dragons even notice, if anything?
How far? We were pretty far away from you,
You're
right?
very far away. There was a thunderous noise, which is the main reason they're getting a check at all. You do notice two of the dragons in front of the palace kind of look at each other, and then they leap up into the air and begin flying in this direction. But they're still minutes out.
Yeah, I should hide. They're going to look. If they have true sight, they're going to see a giant dragon if they see me.
Yeah, I think we dive into the ravine.
All right. You guys dive back down. You have to run back up to the controls real quick. Give me a piloting check.
I'll teleport up to them and grab the Nautiloid and fly down.
Excellent.
Can I help?
I'll after shoving what's his face's body into my bag of holding because that's what they're for.
Hey.
I drop us into a free fall.
Hell yeah.
Okay, never mind. It's cooler.
To answer your question, if you have a way to help that doesn't require actually controlling the vehicle, possibly.
It's 21. Pretty good.
Yeah, 21 is fine. I'm just, if you wanted to help in the future, just setting precedent.
Backseat driving. It always helps.
I was going to say, I'm trying to think of a way to help drive a vehicle that you can't drive.
Reaching reaching something brings up.
Gordo 100% panics and goes into a shell when we start free falling.
Excellent.
Flurgle just starts screaming.
Yeah.
I imagine he's hanging onto a chair and like his legs are in the air.
You free fall down into the depths of this dark chasm and kind of tuck yourself under one of these overhangs. Let's see. You watch as these two dragons kind of come over and they begin just kind of circling in the fog, a couple 100 feet above you. They circle for a couple of minutes. You hear a couple of them cry out this draconic roar, back and forth, like they're communicating, or almost like they're doing a pulsing echo or something like that. But after a couple minutes, they deem that it was nothing and fly back over to the palace. You see one of them does go inside the doors. As he does, you watch this shimmering field of magical energy kind of peel up for a moment and then ripple back down as he passes through. So there are now just two in front of the palace.
Did he have like a? Did he have a snazzy necklace?
No, you guys were close enough to get a very good look. It didn't look like he had any equipment on him. It was just a dragon.
Also, I don't know what that was, but there's a high pitched squeak.
I think it was Bill. I think he was coughing at the same time or something.
It could be Lurgle screaming.
Could be. The danger does seem to have passed, and you have the body of Pick.
I'll investigate it real quick.
Yeah.
I am the danger.
Fucking hell. Give me an investigation check. There's a bunch of stuff that's just incredibly obvious.
24.
My
That was
hands
a
are no longer
that
covered
was a
in
shit
cat
roll.
pee.
Welcome back.
I'm proud of you.
We fucking ruined that guy's day.
You did. That was
It's the second day we've ruined since we got
See,
here.
the thing is, he turned invisible to go for it, so he was probably actually up to something. But could you imagine if he was just like, I just don't want to run into anyone and have to talk to anyone, so I'm just going to turn invisible. It's going to be fine. I'm just going to grab my keys.
I just need to go get my keys, and I really don't want to have small talk with anybody because, like, I only got a half an hour lunch, and like, if I gotta stop and talk to people on
If
the
I
way,
could go
and then we just
invisible at
fucking
work, I
shoot him
would.
3 times. Oh God, same.
I've literally gotten in trouble at work because I was going to throw trash away and someone asked me a question. Some random guy, my boss was like, "Stop talking," and I'm like, "I was being talked to. It wasn't even my fault."
Didn't say anything.
Anyways, 24.
all right. Let's see.
I love the Mario Bard.
You've already got those, but I'll list them anyway.
Does he have any antidotes on him?
He does. He's got 2 of them on him. Let's see. Is there anything else? All right. Most of these things are very obvious. They're just things that are being worn or on his side. The only thing that is difficult to spot with your 24 investigation is between his shoulder blades. At first, you almost mistake it for an embedded stillstone because, like many of the others here, you do see that he is a little bit stillborn. He's had a few things implanted into him to allow him to cast some weird spells. But there's a little bit of mote of white coloration that at first you mistake for a stillstone and then realize is actually a tiny piece of platinum or maybe even mithril, and it hums and vibrates as if it was magical. And with a little bit of finagling, you're actually able to pry it out, and you can see that it is about the size of like a large diamond, like you would see in a very fancy or expensive engagement ring, but not actually made of diamond. It is made of platinum or mithril. It is magical, and with identification, you'll learn that it is called Pick's Pocket Ablative Shield. Whenever you guys want to take the time to identify it to see what it does. But for now, you can put that down in your inventory.
Didn't shield him very well, so probably worthless.
Sure didn't. It stopped.
Let's move on.
It stopped 40 points of that damage, and that was not enough.
That explains a bit. But it took 40 points of damage.
Is anyone writing this down?
Someone
More
is. There
keeper.
it is.
Let's put it in the party inventory.
Someone just got. Yeah, I guess we just copy paste it.
Where is the party
What's
inventory?
that? What's that pocket shield? What does that do?
Well,
Oh, we just
he said that we have to
Shield
identify it.
40.
It says 40 HP. Can't be used.
It hasn't been
We haven't
identified yet.
we haven't identified it yet.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Inventory.
All right.
Spell book.
So where's the next place we're going, Gale?
That is the question.
I don't have ability to identify.
Yeah, where does our
I
warpath
do.
that lead to next, boss?
But I don't want to take the time, so I only have like, I don't know, 40 minutes left of this.
It seems like time is of the essence.
Yeah, where are we going next?
I think we head to the palace and sneak past these dragons, or
So
just kill them.
if we're gonna sneak past the dragons, I'm gonna have a hard time with that. If they see me at all, they're gonna see a giant dragon.
Well, now that we're all the way down here, can you just get back in the ship? Although I guess you
Yeah.
lose your...
No, you can just make the ship big, and I can just come in as this. To keep it up. Maybe we can. I mean, we're the size of a chicken, so like they're going to notice this thing. Is there a secret way into the palace, Gale?
Yeah, loads. It's a royal palace, presumably. There are lots of
Well,
escape routes.
are there any that you know of?
Almost certainly. There's some that you're going to know for sure. Give me a history check to know the rest. That is very good. You would know that the one that is most commonly used and the one that everybody is taught about is the one that connects down to the prison. There is a secret tunnel that runs from the back of the prison, kind of up to one of the nobles' quarters wings in the palace. Not straight to the throne room or anything like that, but it will get you past the front door without having to go to the front door. With a 30, you would also know some of the other ones. You would know that
Lesser known ones.
one of the princes is incredibly paranoid. Prince Jofton. And he had a secret passageway installed that leads to the barracks, specifically to the chapel inside the barracks. So that is an option as well. Let's see, 30. Would you know any of the other secret exits? You would know that in a pinch, there is a secret passageway from the kitchen through the sewer to the waterworks. You would know that that one is... monitored is not the right word for it, but it is an infrastructure thing, so it is a known issue. It's not like it's not so much a hidden passageway as just like we have to get our water from somewhere, and that's where it comes from. So they know to watch for it.
Did Leo have a passage?
Leo does not have a secret passageway.
I gotta get him more paranoid. So if we go through Jofton's route, we'll pass by the barracks and we can probably get some extra weapons.
Do we need more weapons?
Always.
If we can find bombs, that would be great.
Although, well, I was thinking like a prison, we could free some people that are probably being held captive there, but we really don't have any reason to keep prisoners currently because everyone's drugged up.
Yeah, can they fight?
So,
Even
I
if
mean,
they were not?
the only people that they would need to keep prisoner would be people that are like immune. Where was Oz's like lab?
You would be aware that it is in a secret basement underneath the prison. It is a hidden laboratory where you were taken and experimented on. That's where
Prison it is.
How long do
Decision made.
How long are the effects of the antidote?
They just help reduce the effectiveness. They'll give you advantage on saves and stuff.
Okay. The reason I ask is I'm obviously like out here in the elements.
Yeah.
Should I take one of these 2 vials he has, or should we save them?
If you want to use one of them, you should. We have some extra antidotes, and once the supply is like cut off, people start going back to normal.
How long will it? How long will I benefit from it?
I think it was 24 hours.
Okay. I'll go
If
ahead.
I recall correctly.
Yep, 24 hours, and it's basically advantage on saves against that poison.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and take one of them then.
Oh, so it's like regular antidote.
All right, guys. It's like
Yeah. I assume we'll
midnight.
wrap up here. The plan, it sounds like, is to head to the prison, down into the secret lab, and then take that secret tunnel up into the palace.
Guys, I just want to say, for the record, that nothing was more fun than being a bigger dragon than the dragon that was underwater, and just chasing it through the tunnels.
It's pretty beautiful.
There's always a bigger fish.
I've never rolled so well in my life.
I am so proud of you. All of those deception checks, and then the crit and the follow-up to just finish the job. The only way that could have been any better is if you went first on initiative and just back-to-back did it all at once. But it was still a thing of beauty.
Beautiful.
It was so good.
Truly.
Damn you all for bypassing that encounter with a fucking illusion and a deception check.
It looked super cool.
It's 6 deception checks.
6
excuse
deception
you. You were
checks,
like,
correct.
you were really pushing for that encounter.
Sure was.
You know what, guys? Never mind. I don't have it prepared.
Eventually, we're going to go in battle, and I
Like-
need to hide behind people. So
Like-
Oh, weird. We're in that room identical to the last one.
Like, we're gonna have to go back to that room anyways to get rid of all the poison, and probably have to deal with all
Yeah.
those people in there
you
anyways.
know, pop
Yeah,
shut
I mean-
down. We can just we can do pick now.
I was going to say, it's not going to have pick there anymore, so you've taken out like a good third of the fight.
Could I shape change? I don't know how. So when you use shape change, do you get to choose what you look like?
Yeah.
Can I just shape change into pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that it's still going to have some checks involved to perfectly mimic someone. You're not.
I mean, I'm a
changeling.
kinku. I'm a kinku.
But yeah, you're very
So,
good
like,
at that. You're
my-
a kinku.
It's like my job.
Yeah. I'd buy
Except
that.
I'm bad at it because I have really bad charisma.
Yeah. I do think that, yes, there will be checks involved, and being a kinku will help you with those checks.
I guess I'll just steal his clothes. Put them over. So is armor like under your clothes or over your clothes?
It depends, but most of the time it goes under clothes, then regular clothes, then armor, and then you might have a cloak or a tabard on top of that.
Was he wearing a cloak or something?
He was wearing just some good old-fashioned cult wizard robes, nothing else.
Are they damaged?
Could I throw the robes over my armor?
Theoretically, yeah.
Cool.
And they are minimally damaged. You guys...
Actually, I don't need armor because I'm a dragon right now. I have natural armor, so I can just throw them on. It's fine.
There's like one clean puncture wound, and that's basically it.
Mending, and then presto to clean it.
Yeah. Look at me,
Easy.
guys. Sorry. What? Wait. What does he sound like again?
Yeah, Kenku, it's okay.
I know, but like I forget what he sounded like.
He had just kind of like I don't know, a sniveling minion underling voice, kobold sort of deal, but maybe like a little bit kind.